We here at the Dub Talk Podcast would like to remind you that this is not the Digimon Movie Collection. Rather, this is a discussion of the Uncut Film Collection. If you want to watch the films, they are currently available on Blu-ray at the Crunchyroll store or wherever you buy your anime. Please support the official Discotek release. Sincerely, the Dub Talk Podcast. Warning. The Dub Talk Podcast contains language and content that may not be suitable for younger audiences. Listener discretion is advised. There will also be spoilers for the Digimon franchise, as well as various anime throughout the course of this episode. Please use caution in case we discuss a series that you haven't finished yet. And finally, the opinions expressed are those of the individual participants and may not reflect the Dub Talk Podcast as a whole. Enjoy the show.
Hello, and welcome to Dub Talk, where a group of nerds come together to talk about the latest and greatest in animes. I'm Jet, and here for another round of Summer of the Movies, where we just sit down, discuss some dubs for anime films. And we're finally here at our finale, and because we're insane, we decided to do something a little special for this one. We decided to go over the Digimon movie, but not the version we all grew up with. Since Discotek recently did a release of the original 3 Digimon movies uncut, we decided it would be a bit of a fun idea to sort of go over each of those dubs ourselves. So I'm here to talk about the first of those movies, the original Digimon Adventure movie, which is kind of a prequel to not just the TV series, but also kind of the entire franchise. And here to join me in the discussion, I decided to get someone who hasn't experienced much Digimon stuff before. Say hello, Andrew.
Hello there! I have joined as the counterpart to Mr. Jet here, who is probably one of the most knowledgeable and I think probably one of the biggest fans of Digimon within the podcast. And I am somebody who has shockingly seen none of it. I'm trying to think about it. I think I've actually seen none of it.
Did you say you saw, some 0-2 stuff at work?
Okay, so, at my old job, at my old media-related job, which I guess that... Okay, so once upon a time, I used to work at a media company where we were like a third party that helped put stuff on other digital platforms. I think our client did get episodes of stuff for Digimon to put up on the Microsoft Store, which at the time of this recording, the Microsoft Store no longer exists.
Oof.
So yes, I did watch some of the very 4x3 shitty quality video files of the Digimon O2 dub at work. Which we are not working on a 4x3 480 x 720 crunchy as shit video rip. Oh no! What we are working on today is the lovely, wonderful folks at Discotek Media have worked their fucking Astro Res magic to make, we're only talking about something that is 20 minutes long, but I'm watching this, I'm like, this looks crisp, this looks clean, this looks really good. Genuinely really good.
Yeah, generally looks like something you would actually watch in theaters.
Yeah. And we're also here. So, we are effectively doing a Memories 2.0, because back a couple of years ago, our finale for Summer at the Movies, it was either 6 or 7, was to cover all 3 movies in the Memories collection, where one group covered Stink Bomb, one group covered Cannon Father, one group covered Magnetic Rose. I believe we were part of the Stink Bomb one, actually, if I remember correctly. So that's kind of relevant, because we're actually talking about a similar partnership for tonight's dub of choice.
Yeah, this dub was done by the good folks over at Cadence.
Mm-hmm.
Before we get to that, though, I suppose I probably should do a very brief plot description. Thankfully, it has one that's literally just like a single sentence.
See, here's what I gotta ask you. So, why do they call it Digimon Adventure and not Digimon 00? Because, like, they call it Digimon Adventure 01, and then there's Digimon Adventure 02. Why didn't they call this one 00?
I'm guessing because... so I actually did take a look at the... some of the extras for this one.
Ooh, I didn't get a chance to do that.
So the extras did have the film's director going. We'll talk about who that is later when we kind of go into the movie itself. But they did have the director kind of going over a little bit of the film's production, and this film actually was produced like not only before the TV series was made, but before it had even like been approved. So this was just kind of originally supposed to be its own thing, and I guess the TV series just kind of happened after the fact.
So this was effectively like a part of a bigger film or like a series pitch, and then it just became its own separate thing.
The events of this do get referenced in the TV show, but originally this was just kind of its own standalone thing.
Okay, interesting.
So going from the description off of A&N, a brother and sister discover the digital world is more than just ones and zeros, when a living creature arrives out of the family's computer. The adventures of a group of children start with the appearance of a digital monster in the real world.
It's effectively very straightforward in that, alright, so what if instead of your child is looking at static and then there's a ghost that pops out of the TV, it's what if the child is looking at computer static and an egg pops out of the computer? To which, I know this... I gotta say, this is a sickeningly cute movie, but all I had to say was I saw baby Kari cuddling up with the egg, and all I could think was, Kari, did you lay this egg? Clamp, this is anything but.
Thankfully not. Alright, and with that, I guess we probably should start getting into some of the dub discussion here. So, as we said before, this dub was recorded by our good friends over at Cadence. And because this is a pretty short film, we're just kind of going to go over like the staff and crew all at once. So, for our voice director for this dub, we have one Marissa Lenti. And going over the cast, playing Tai, we have Joshua Seth. Playing Kari, we have Lauren Jo Miller. Playing Koromon, we have Brienne Sinal. Playing Greymon, we have Bryce Pappenbrook. And playing Parrotmon, we have David Lodge. Marissa Lenti has done direction and script writing on such dubs as I Would Have Died Insects, Tribe 9, and BTX Neo. Joshua Seth, you'll know for voicing such characters as Joe Shimura, aka Cyborg 009 and Cyborg 009, the Cyborg Soldier. Dio Heracles in Last Exile, and Young Million Knives and Trigun. And and of course, he is reprising this role from the original TV series and the original movie. Lorenzo Miller has played such characters as Sue Harris and Argento Soba, Cerise and Johnny and Scride, and Haru and Beastars, and like Joshua Seth, he's here reprising a role from the original movie. Greymon is voiced by one Bryce Papenbrook, who's played such characters as Inosuke Hashimura in Demon Slayer, Grusha in Pokemon Horizons, and Cody in Digimon Adventure Last Evolution Kizuna. And this one is particularly interesting because rather than this being a reprisal, this is a bit of a tribute to the late Bob Papenbrook, who played Greymon in the original movie and was a pretty big voice acting legend in its own right. He rests in peace.
Yeah, so effectively, like, Bryce and Lenti effectively worked to emulate his late great father, which that's incredible. That's incredible and admirable on its own right there, and really cool.
And then lastly, David Lodge has played such characters as Igor in Persona 5 The Animation, Jiraiya in Naruto, and Puppetmon in Digimon Adventure, the TV series. Yeah, I suppose that's probably going to get a little confusing.
So, there's a couple of things to start with, but first things first, I just want to shout out, I want to give a shout out to Marissa Lenti and the team at Soundcade Studio, because, this is effectively a dream project. Marissa Lenti is a very outspoken, huge fan of Digimon, and this is clearly, like, as much of a passion project as anything. B, I also want to shout out the fact that, like, they talked, like, Discotek and Lenti were able to negotiate something, to do something they literally have never been able to do for all the other Discotek dubs, is make this a Union SAG-AFTRA approved dub, which they thought it would be worth the extra mileage and the extra cost to get as many of the people from the original Digimon show dub back for these movies, many of whom are Union-only actors in 2023, 4, 5, whatever, 20... in current year.
Like Joshua Seth has kind of set back into the anime scene like a little bit in recent years, partially because of Digimon. But Lorenzo Miller, like, B-Stars aside, just like mostly out of the anime scene altogether.
But legitimately, I just needed to shout out that I appreciate Discotek, Marissa Lenti, Sound Cadence, all coming together for the sake of fan service, for the sake of literally getting as many people physically possible back, went to the extra mile to make this a Union dub project. And not only do I think that's really cool, I just need to shout out this really fun thing I pulled up, because I was talking with our good buddy Jonathan, aka JR Pictures, like 2 to 3 years ago, was literally back when you could check the SAG-AFTRA database, literally found a Soundcaded Studio Union dub project called Back to the Beginning. And we were sitting there going, what the fuck is Back to the Beginning? What the hell is Back to Beginning? That's really strange. That's really odd. It might be some, like, Spanish movie or something? I don't know. Yeah, so Lenti and them knew to put a code name for this project instead of just putting the name of the anime. And Back to the Beginning was a code name for the Digimon movies.
Hmm.
And I think that's really neat. And I think that's really funny.
Yeah. Also, just real quick, I realized I actually didn't list off Brian Tano's previous stuff. So
go for it.
Real quick, Brian Tano was also has also done some quite a bit of Digimon stuff. Specifically, Kaden Cryer in Digimon Data Squad, Kalobot in Digimon Tamers, and Tommy in Digimon Frontier.
Gotcha. I think they're also credited as Brian Brose too, but I believe like their name originally was Brian Sadal. I just think it's cool we're talking about Brian in particular because Brian is somebody I know was absent for many years. I think almost because of like a big injury and stuff, and having to step away from voiceover and acting in general, dealing with the fallout of said injury. So genuinely is really cool getting to hear her in like a new dub in current year, and glad she's still doing it. And like it's interesting. Where do we start? How do you choose to start about this? Do we just kind of start going round table, or is this just, do we just talk about the movie? What say you? Or do you have questions for me as the Digimon egg newbie baby? Digimon baby? You can call me Digimon baby. It's fine.
Sure. I know. What did you think of Koromon?
Oh, I love this little creature. That is a very cute little critter. Like, Koromon starts out as like a little black cat, which, like, the fact that I know nothing about Digimon, I'm just like, oh, there's just an egg in this kid's house. But it's really cute watching these little children fumble about. Like, you see baby Kari, like, with her little whistle, just kind of stumbling around with her little teeny legs. And it's really cute watching her and, like, the babby Koromon just communicating with whistles and bubbles, and I think that's cute. But Koromon's a good little creature. I like Koromon. That's a cute little friend.
No, I was just gonna say when you called the pre-evolution a little cat, I was gonna ask, how much do you know about Digimon evolution lines?
Okay, Jet. This is why I am effectively your test subject. I am your lab rat. You could tell me anything right now, and I will pull out the Giorno Giovanna. That's bullshit, but I believe it.
So to give you an idea of how, like, weird Digimon evolution lines are, we have stuff like Gatomon, which starts off as a cat and somehow turns into an angel.
Makes sense.
There's also another one that turns into, like, that starts off as like little fluffy creature, angel. You have like a whole bunch of like dinosaurs with machine guns. It's Digimon evolution lines is just really wacky.
It basically sounds like, hey, what if this Pokemon was a refrigerator with Gatling guns? That seems to be the be-all, end-all of the Digimon lines.
Okay, yeah. Person if it's in the chat, let's give you an idea.
Okay, so that is just a friend-shaped cat, and those are tits. Those are tits. That is just a human woman. That is just a. Those are tits. Yes. Okay. So is this the magical estrogen HRT that all my trans fen homies have been trying to tell me about? You start out as like a little hairy kitten, and then you turn into a big ass angelic titty mama.
That's not even the funniest part. Do you want to know what the cat, like, what evolves into the cat?
What evolves into? that is a bunny. Why does a bunny become a cat, become an angel with fat tits? Okay. So yes, the hoppy little bunny creature becomes a dinosaur, becomes a kaiju. That is the Koromon to Greymon line.
Oh, that's not even supposed to be a bunny. That's supposed to be a dog.
That's a what?
That's supposed to be a dog.
That's a dog? Wait, okay. I mean, yes, that is friend shape. Okay, Are the dog... Okay, so the bunny... Okay, I guess those are kind of like floppy dog ears. I can see it a little. Alright, that one's not that crazy, but... You could tell me anything, and I think I would believe you. That's kind of where I'm at with this. So, I will start off and say, I like Brian Sedal. Like, I really like them in Outlaw Star. I've heard a couple of things that Brian's done. I do know they stepped away from voice acting for a number of years due to, like, personal life situation. And honestly cool that they were... That Lenti was able to get Brian back as Koromon, which... As a fun fact, I didn't get to see a lot of the original. It seems like the original, they say, Greymon talks to them that was not originally there in this movie. Because the entire time, as Koromon evolves, Kari keeps referring to him as Koromon, and is confused why he's quiet and, like, just effectively like a feral creature discovering a world unknown to them. And I'm like, okay, that's a neat little change. And then I see the Bob Patmanbrook Greymon comparison. It's like, call me Greymon! I'm like, okay, that is different already, and that's interesting to see.
Yeah, that's very much the style of that to which yes, yeah, to which one they do it's an interesting thing I have to praise about the script writing. They really did a pretty good job of just kind of retrofitting this into something that would just sound like it was part of the original dub.
I think that's the most impressive part to me about this, even as somebody who knows nothing and was baffled by the Gatomon. Is that Anja Woman? I think that's the name.
Yeah, Anja Woman.
The Gatomon to Anja Woman HRT pipeline. Yeah, this legitimately does sound like a product of the era. Both in that it is charming, but it has a lot of like kid whimsy to it. Like, this does feel like this is a kid's movie. It feels like a kid's dub, even with a couple like cheeky little like puns. Like Koromon talks about like, I know what it's like to be catty after fighting the cat and losing, which I thought that was funny. I also like just the whole exchange of Kari telling Greymon, "No! Don't be a bad boy! Don't blow up the bus! I know they're late, but Mommy says that's how it is!" I'm like, that is so cute, but that is like a genuine child would... It feels like a real child in confused panic.
Yeah. Yeah, that was great.
Like, there's just a lot of heart to this little project. Like, this is effectively what spawned this whole series. Like, this is a gorgeously animated movie, too. There's so much movement in the way these little children stumble around the house. There's so much personality in the way Koromon is just hopping along and trying to avoid the cat. And then, like, just the amount of the amount of shit gets real when it is effectively this movie transforms from a whimsical child meets a brand new furry friend to baby's first kaiju movie.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting little animation. Definitely kind of interesting to see how they played around with that. And it's definitely very interesting when you know who directed this, because this is actually directed by a young and hungry Mamoru Hosoda. And apparently this was actually his directorial debut. So
I'm gonna be honest. If I didn't know that when I went in, I would have just seen the way this looks and the way these characters move and go, this is fucking Hosoda, isn't it? it's kind of amazing. Like this looks distinct from the original Digimon anime, but this is so distinctly him before he became him. Like, even in his earliest conception days, Hosoda's style really rings true, and I think that's impressive as hell.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, he's about to, like, he's like, what, 25 years later is effectively about to release a brand new feature film that's getting put out through, like, Sony Pictures' official, like, movie label in the US, and, like, that's pretty wild, all things considered, how far he's come.
Mm. It was pretty funny. It was pretty funny just knowing that, because when I was going through the extras, and it was kind of like going over the process of this movie. So, basically, like, one of the producers just recommended him for it. He was going on about how everyone in the room was like, "Wait, who's Hosoda?"
Yeah, that's a guy that's gonna be somebody. That man knows what he wants. Like, I'm not even going to talk about the fact that he's made the same movies multiple times. That's for the next segment in whenever this is done. But yeah, no, very charming little movie, but my god, Astro Res is fucking magic, man. Just looking at, like, the clip from the American Digimon movie quality video and, like, the Astro Res of this, it is night and day. Night and day. Also, just a shout out also to Laura Jill Miller, who is a very convincing and very sickening sweet little baby Kari. Adorable.
I mean, I'm not surprised her child voice was pretty good, like in the original TV series too. But all these years later, it's really impressive she can still do a convincing child voice.
I also kind of want to shout out, like I mentioned, like, of course, I love that she sounds like a very confused child. Like, child is like, "Don't be a bad boy." I love "Don't be a bad boy." I like that. That's very cute. I also kind of wanted to shout out, like, the whistle thing. The whistle thing is a really cute little motif, and I kind of love that you could tell when Kari's really crying and really upset that Greymon is hurt, and she's trying to get his attention, but she's blowing the whistle, but she's coughing up because the whistle has, like, all, like, the tears and mucus of a crying child in it. It's like, it's just, like, a very convincing little, like, animation of, like, the gross child saliva, and, like, the coughing is, like, pretty convincing too. I thought that was a neat little detail, and I wanted to shout that out too. I was like, yeah, that's good little character acting there too.
Yes, yeah. It was also nice to hear Joshua Staff playing again. I will say having more familiarity with him in this role. I do think he was, like, maybe training himself, like, a little bit doing doing a younger version.
It's the kind of thing. It's the kind of thing where it's like you can tell this is pushing it. I don't even, like. I hear a tease of what Tai is supposed to sound like. I can tell this is pushing this because, okay, how old are they? Like 3 and 5, 2 and 4.
I don't remember exactly how long ago this is supposed to take place in the timeline, but I would guess probably, like, I don't know, maybe like 5 and 3 or something.
I would say 5 and 3 is reasonable. Like, it's definitely pushing it, but, like, he's still doing a pretty convincing job, and it's even more impressive in that this does sound like a dub of the 2000s era performance, even when he's pushing it as young baby Tai.
I definitely find it interesting because I did hear one of the Blast things he voiced Tai in the Blast Evolution Keys of the movie, and it's definitely kind of interesting comparing it to this because I actually kind of thought he was straining himself a little more in that one. And it kind of made me think like, okay, maybe he finally is getting a bit too old to play Tai. So here you can come back and doing like a much lighter voice has definitely been a bit interesting contrast.
Okay, so you're like, maybe he's getting a little too old for Tai as a college student. Okay, let's go back and voice Tai as a 5-year-old child. And then he still got it. He still got it, man!
Yep.
Voice acting is crazy. I think what also might be a difference is that it is very clear, like, even just seeing, like, a 20-minute movie, this is just dripping with an amount of love and attention to detail that it's like, I get the feeling that, like, Lenti and company worked hard to get this right. Even down to, like, small little cameos, which are, like, apparently the truck drivers that almost kill them is Jeff Nimoy and Bob Buckles?
Yeah, that's good attention to detail.
That's pretty good attention to detail, too. And then, of course, you have all the kids that are watching and commentating there. I love, was it Joe? Was that baby Joe that was like, hello, police? There's a giant bird, and now the dinosaur is stuck under the rubble? Wait, why are you ignoring me? Hello? Like, yeah, I feel you, kid. Which, you want to talk about the kaiju stuff, which I just need to shout out fucking David Lodge as Parrot Mon. It's like, I know David Lodge as Jiraiya. I know him as, like, the gruffer mentor characters in a lot of, I know him in, like, Bleach. I know him in Naruto. And it's like, okay, what's David Lodge gonna sound like? I'm like, oh my god.
Remind me when this is over. I need to show you a voice clip of his Puppet Mon. I'm pretty sure you won't believe the voice that comes out of there.
Jesus Christ. But, like, legit, I needed to add the fucking parrot in here. Just because the evil bird kaiju that's fighting the dinosaur. It literally is the baby's version of Godzilla versus Mothra.
Yeah, basically.
And then, yeah, I just need to talk about, like, and then fucking Bryce. Genuinely, honest to God, if I did not look that up, I would never have known.
I'm gonna be honest. Like, literally what I went through when I went to the new dump for the first time. I straight up forgot it was Bryce voice again, so I actually thought it was Ben Diskin.
No, like, honest to God, I think as far as, like, wanting to honor your father's legacy to the point that, like, Bryce Papenbrook, I will say, there's a lot of, like, people talk about, like, oh, it sucks, like, when this guy's in everything because they have a very distinct voice and all that. It's like, that's not that it's the same voice, it's that they have a very distinct voice, which means, okay, I can pick them out of a crowd and all that. I think that is as much of a compliment to Bryce Papenbrook as an actor that I literally could not tell. I could not tell that was Bryce Papenbrook, that he basically worked to completely emulate his father. To that I would never have known.
It was a really good distinct monster voice.
Like, legitimately, that is a level of, like, flowers. It's like, just because somebody does a lot of dubs or does a lot of roles, that doesn't mean they're bad at their craft. It's basically, when they want to show their stuff, and this was the time to effectively show he is his father's son. And I think, frankly, that's kind of beautiful in a way.
Real backup job for Bryce.
Like, as somebody who has never seen Digimon, my first thought was, this is a very charming little introduction to the universe. I believe, full hog, this is a pilot. Like, this feels like a pilot. So the fact that it's like, this was a separate thing before the TV show, I believe that immensely.
Full disclosure, I suppose I probably am kind of admitting I am a bit of a fake fan here. I had actually never seen the U.S. version of the Digimon movie as a kid. I wanted to, but my brother wasn't into Digimon, and I couldn't convince my parents to go take me to see it, so I just never saw it.
Well,
I knew about the Angela Anaconda beads, but that was basically about it.
all right, Jet. I have an important question to ask you right now. Jet,
Yep.
are your mother and father still married?
Yes.
Okay, then it was perhaps for the best. Just because, look,
yeah.
this is probably going to be the first Angela Anaconda reference of the night. I guarantee it won't be the last.
Oh, absolutely not.
God. Yeah, that whole thing is just a saga in of itself. I appreciate that got so big that even the Discotek guys were like, okay, look, we got everything we could find, we got everything we could put in, this is an everything and the kitchen think, no, there is no Angela Anaconda. And you saw people in the chat being like, oh, fuck this! I was like, okay, guys, when you're given a buffet, if you can't find, like, a single dessert that might be a little expired, like, thank the fucking chef either way. They were cooking with this.
Oh, absolutely.
So, to Marissa Lenti, Mark Levy, and all the people at Discotek and Sound Cadence that made this one happen, I had a good time watching this, and you know what? I think I would watch more Digimon. Now, whatever the hell the next Digimon I watch remains to be seen. We do own Digimon Adventure 01, the English dub. I know Steph wants to get Digimon Adventure 02. It would not surprise me if Discotek announces some new Digimon stuff getting re-released soon.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yeah, it's worth noting. The first three series are all on Hulu. This may or may not be relevant to you in the incoming months, depending on my mood.
Depending on your... I see. Okay. Tell you what. If it comes up in our Recommend or Die challenge, I'll fucking take it on. Why not? Alright. No, I enjoyed myself with this. And even if this is a short little short... And this is almost guaranteed longer than the entirety of Digimon Adventure 00, which is what I'm just going to call it now. This is a cute, charming little short. It's a boy and his sister meet a precious creature that turns into a dinosaur, that turns into an even bigger dinosaur that kills a parrot.
Yep, and that's probably not the most ridiculous that evolution one gets. But anyway, I guess that more or less wraps things up here. So, thanks for joining us, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of the episode.
Oh, by the way, since I'm never going to have a chance to bring this up again, I would just like to mention that I once called the only Discotek Day clue I ever got was them posting, like, the butterfly music video and me saying in a Discord call, hey, what if it's Digimon? And I was right. And I will basically ride that high for the rest of my days. No, this is a cute little show. This is a cute little movie. This is a very charming little dub that feels like it's of the era. Marissa Lenti really fucking cooked with this, and I'm sure they cooked with the rest of the movie dub too.
Alright. And with that, I hope you all enjoy the rest of the episode.
Turning it over to next group.
Thank you, Andrew Jeff, for that lovely intro. And yes, hi, welcome to Dub Talk, where on any given moment we talk about the latest and greatest in dubs. And as you can already tell from tonight's episode, this one is going to be a very special one because, as you can tell, we're not covering not one, not two, but three movies in one tonight for your viewing pleasure. Yes.
A hat trick.
A hat trick. Yes. Tonight we're going digital, and we will be covering the Digimon the Movies redub, brought to you by our friends at Sound Cadence. Very good people.
Yay. Thank you guys so much.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity. And as a continuation of our segment, we will be covering the second movie, Digimon, Our War Game.
Not to be confused with the Keanu Reeves movie. Like, I hopefully that you didn't stumble upon this thinking this was a podcast about 80s sci-fi movies, but just in case you did, no, this is about the Japanese cartoon.
Yeah, which is weird because I started watching this for the first time today, and we know it's Digimon Our War Game, but it also comes up as Children's War Game, which I guess, given the theme of the movie, it's pretty much child's play in certain situations.
Yeah, I mean, it's I'm not sure if the reason for the variations in titles was just to differentiate it from the 80s movie, or because that just lend itself to better marketing. Because you hear Kids War, then you're like, oh, so this will be fun and lighthearted, not the real war with, casualties and collateral damage. But either way, when you mention that, we should probably introduce who we are, and then we'll talk about why this is the best Digimon movie ever.
Yes, I am your host with the most for tonight, Jamal. And trust me, you're going to learn a lot in this segment tonight.
Yes, we are. Hello, folks. I'm Noah Clue, coming into you live from the basement, because what better place to talk about a relic of the year 2000 than a special bunker to keep you safe from the Y2K bug that will inevitably destroy the world.
In the year 2000... In the year 2000.
Please don't sue us, Conan. Yeah, so I'm glad we get to talk about this. Not just because it's a very interesting entry in the Digimon franchise, but especially the reason we get to talk about it is because the fine folks at Sound Cadence took the time to redub it, which is already been kind of talked about. Like, the original dub has kind of been talked by our other colleagues there. And I'm glad, though, that they did. Like, Sound Cadence did go to the chance to give this a redub, because the plot does change a bit in the original dialogue from the 2000s. This one seeks to basically give us a more faithful adaptation. A standalone, explains the details, and not quite as pun-based.
Yeah. But the interesting thing about this redub is, as a lot like with most other redubs, sometimes, people try their hardest to get some of the original cast back. We have almost all of the players from the original Digimon movie.
Yeah, that is, considering the cast size, that is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, because I know that the director on this project, they said in an interview that, they try to get as much of the original cast back as possible, and do know that, like, some people have kind of passed instead, and, like, there have been, like, certain exceptions to the rule if need be, but I know their handiwork is more or less very well. Let's just say that.
Right. Yeah, and, I mean, props to them for that, because, we'll get into the plot in just a bit here, but a good portion of the people who would, I feel, listen to this aren't going to be, like, the newer Digimon fans who are maybe following some of the newer series or the newer games that are out. It's mostly catering to people who have nostalgia for that initial dub and have been waiting 25 years for a more faithful English dub that is not tied into the Digimon movie that Saban put out back in the 2000s.
Yeah, happy 25th anniversary. Jesus Christ.
Indeed. Wow. It's just time, it stands for no one. What also doesn't stand for anyone is, we should probably very briefly explain what the plot of this is, just in case folks listening haven't heard it, right?
Yeah, basically. So the plot of our war game is as follows. Spring break turns into a summer war where the evil Diaboromon wreaks havoc on the internet.
Took all 5 minutes to throw in a Summer Wars reference.
And not because it's directed by the same director either.
Not just that. No. Like, this is not like, oh, we'll just make Mamoru Hosoda references for the fun of it. No, there's a very specific lineage between this movie and what would become Summer Wars. To the point that I feel like more people nowadays who are like newer anime fans may have only heard of this movie because it was seen as like the proto Summer Wars adventure.
Yeah. I mean, we starting from that. Spring Break turns into a summer war when the evil Digimon wreaks havoc on the internet, and Tai and Matt must achieve a new Digi-Evolution to defeat him. Will Tai and the Digi-Destined save the world? And will Sora ever forgive Tai for giving her a hair clip? Now, the thing about
Sora
this...
was done.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sora was done dirty. Yeah, Sora was done dirty. Like, in the sense that she didn't get nearly as much to do in this movie.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's amazing how we're getting stuff like this in this day and age, because it's like what's old is starting to become new again. I guess mostly because some people like ran out of properties to remake, I guess. But not only that, but also I still remember, because I don't even remember if it's a Toei property, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Because the last time we talked about a movie like this, as far as I can remember, old property with a new faithful adaptation, I think it was Yu-Gi-Oh! The Dark Side of the Dimensions. And they managed to pretty much bring back the almost the entire cast for that. I can't remember if there was a exception, but I do think along the same pathos, as it will, is like bringing somebody back to a nostalgic piece of property such as Digimon, because Digimon was like, it was my childhood, man. Like alongside Power Rangers, it was like one of my favorite things to watch growing up. Like it kind of helped me in a lot of ways too, because before I ever really got into anime, I understood about voice actors and stuff, well, to the extent, but I guess it kind of helped me identify some people. All the characters, all the life lessons the show brings. 99 to 2001 was like my childhood, man, and I have a lot of history with this show, as you will come to find out later tonight. And I know you kind of had some history with the Digimon franchise.
See, and I have, it's not a childhood thing for me. We kind of have the both sides here. When I was growing up, in the era where Digimon was really big, the Fox box wasn't really the kind of thing that I gravitated towards. I was actually I was an anime detritus during the era of the Pokemons and the Yu-Gi-Ohs and the Dragon Ball Zs. So Digimon was something that I was aware of, never really followed, had no reason to really come back around to it. But the draw of people recommending it first and foremost, and also it being a continuously present juggernaut, like new series being made, remake series being made, and I think especially the Try movies that came out about 10 years ago really made me be like, okay, maybe I should probably check this out, because it seems to be very integral to a lot of people's childhoods. And that whole notion of it being a story of like friends who aren't just chummy but are able to bounce off each other with very tropey personalities is definitely something that I would have loved very much if I had watched it at the time. Because I like seeing shows that are like about friendships, something that you get a lot in this, and on top of the technological adventure portions of it. And this particular movie is interesting because it does connect quite a bit into the necessity of friendships around the world, even just outside of our main 8. It's about connecting everyone who shares a desire to take down evil virus Digimon.
I have a funny story about that. Now you mentioned virus, but we'll get more into that. But first, let's talk about ADR staff, because this is quite such a unique feat that it definitely needs explained. So our staff, this is a sound cadence stub, as we stated earlier. Our ADR director and credited under script versioning. I'm just going off what's listed on the website. Mm-hmm. For ADR director and script versioning, we have Marissa Lenti, who you've seen on other works such as The Island of Giant Insects, Kimono Friends, this boy suffers from crystallization and tribe 9, which I put that one down in particular for reasons I will get to later.
I'm very curious what the connection is there.
Yes. As for this is based off of the original script from Digimon the movie, written by both Jeff Nimoy and Bob Buckholz. Bob Buckholz, you see them do a lot of work nowadays with Spliced Bread and other studios on dubs such as Beastars, Brand New Animal, and just for an old favorite, Bo 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 Bo. Yeah, I had to take my time to pronounce that a little bit. Jeff Nimoy, you see them write for other shows such as Bleach, Jujutsu Kaisen, and Zatch Bell.
And it's important to note who did the original script and directing on this because, okay, so let's get into the main differences, I suppose, between the dub for this and what the original was. So in this version that we're talking about from Sound Cadence is very much a almost one-to-one adaptation of the Japanese in the sense that it retains the plot, like it actually explains where the main villain comes from, Diaboromon. It's in the version from Fox, like the one that you may have seen in 2000. The explanation was that the character is basically a hybrid of Digimon and Virus, which, as we know, if you know anything about Digimon, you know that doesn't make any sense because that's Virus is a type of Digimon. There's like vaccine type, virus type, and I forget what the third one is, like data type or something like that. So you can't really have a Digimon that's like a blend of two kinds. In the version that we get here, the dub properly explains that it is a bunch of viruses came together and created this character. And that's why it is like the evilest of all of the evils.
Yeah. Yeah, so I had a chance to ask Letty about this, and if I hear back from them in time, I'll probably post a response. But I did ask them because I remember one of the things, because fun fact about me, I'm pretty much like the Sound Cadence guy, and I will, if I'm vastly interested, I will buy a Sound Cadence dub, like sometimes sight unseen if I enjoy it, because that's how much I enjoy not only Letty's work but everybody that at Sound Cadence that works there. I enjoy the dubs very much, so I had the chance to ask them because I know one of the things because I followed them on Twitter and Blue Sky. One of the things I remembered long ago was how they grew up. They grew up watching the Digimon movie, and in some ways it kind of influenced their work on them. It influenced the work overall to like the point that like I can like hear a pun, but it doesn't sound out of place. Like most other dubs, you would hear something like that. Maybe even Mr. Osamatsu it would even sound out of place for a gag show like that. But Letty always found some way to make it work. Manages to keep the tone of the show, the pros of the show, very, very organized, very neat. I was curious to see exactly like because you know this is because the thing about this trilogy that we'll cover is it's uncut.
Yes.
I know that like they kept the tone of the original with, of course, a few localization bits here and there. Like, of course, you keep the names of the characters the same in the U.S., but you keep
that's a good
you keep the story as faithful to the original Japanese as much as you can. I also know they like to write for that time period given, so I was curious to see like out of the entire script, like how much of it had to be rewritten, like how much did they have to change, how much they didn't have to change, and if Bob and Jeff ever gave them any input on anything. So like I said, if I hear back from them, I will post it right on screen.
Yeah,
but
and they cut a lot of the they cut a lot of the puns in this more faithful adaptation. They cut out a lot of the puns that were in the original, while still keeping a lot of the same actors. So you get to hear the same actors read the dialogue in less of a tongue-in-cheek way. which is a benefit because there is some serious danger going on in this movie. There's a legitimate fear of the end of the world coming from this evil Digimon. So when it's peppered in the original dub with all kinds of jokes about like 3-bean salad and do you know what a semiconductor is? There's like a whole lot of levity that comes with that, and it kind of takes away from the seriousness. So I appreciate that this dub keeps it still lighthearted in the first parts, but gets more serious when it needs to retain what the original Japanese was going for.
Yeah, I had to give myself some time to reset because I had watched both the original movie and the new redub up to the second. I'm in the middle of the third one right now. And one of the more engaging things I noticed is that like not only did they put back in the original OP, which was Butterfly by Kouji Wada, rest in peace, but also like it kind of here's a weird way to describe it. It kind of felt a bit lighthearted because you don't hear any of the diegetic sound that was added into the original dub. You know, the one that really kind of makes things tense, but yet at the same time, the puns kind of add a bit of levity. It was more like deafening silence, which, in all honesty, I actually think it fits a little better. But I guess I'm just being nostalgic for nostalgic's sake because, again, this is my first time watching the redub. And I think the deafening silence worked a bit better in the redub because, okay, when you're watching these moments go down, like these threatening moments, like the nuclear missile being launched, the destruction of the Digimon,
being attacked and like basically being devolved back to rookie form.
Yeah, I mean you don't feel as tense as you do in the redub, but the deafening silence makes it a bit better. You know, it's like less is more.
Mm-hmm.
Although
movie.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say this movie needs every second of attention it can get because, and you probably picked up on this, people, that we're calling this a movie, but it's only 40 minutes. It does not have the freedom of a feature-length 90-minute movie where you can build tension through just as extended runtime. This is half as long as a regular movie, so it needs every second it can get to build that tension, or else it feels too quick to care about the drama going on.
Yeah. And you know, it doesn't have as much of the angst as the original 2000 dub did, but it managed to keep its composure very well. And I do like how, even though I'm watching it in its original form, because it's funny, because this is also a toy property. The other toy property I had a little bit of difficulty adjusting to when I first got the redub was Sailor Moon, and when I was watching that, it was like I'm hearing everything in a very different perspective now. It's like I don't feel as nostalgic for the old dub, whereas with Digimon, you know, that's pretty much going to be like, it's like when I think the best way I can explain it is like when you're making food, like you're recreating somebody's dish, and you're trying to get the way it tastes that you remembered, or albeit in a different way. You know, like I think the best example for this would be apple pie. Like, all right, let's put. I don't know if anybody in your family's ever made an apple pie or something like that, but it's like you tasted an apple pie that you got your hands on, it's so delicious, you just couldn't get enough of it, even though it was somehow cheesy. And then you get the original recipe for the apple pie, and it's like, oh, this is pretty good. I don't know if I prefer more over the other, but I think both of them kind of have their own balance, you know?
There was a necessity for this version to come out, not just for the sake of having it on Blu-ray, which thank you very much, because the 2000s Digimon movie cut has never been available on Blu-ray in America, to my knowledge. So aside from just having it available in a high resolution, yeah, it is needed to have that flavor, like you were saying, in a way that's not really that we didn't have for a long time, and it feels like an incomplete thing that we finally got around to. I'm looking forward also to, for those who didn't hear, there's going to be a release of some of the other Digimon movies coming up. They announced recently that they're going to have like movies 4, 5, and 6 are getting a Blu-ray release later next year.
Yeah, I'm excited about that because I know one of them in particular, Revenge of Digimon. Oops, spoiler. When that eventually came out years ago, at that point, Ty's actor had retired. For my voice actor, he wanted to do well, I'll talk more to that when we get to that, but it's kind of interesting. I bring up part of that story because part of this story and how this episode kind of came to be was Discotek. They license old stuff, they license good stuff, sometimes the same. So they had one of their annual Discotek days, and you know how they like to post unhelpful clues beforehand.
They are the masters of here's a clue that you will get once we've told you what it is, but before that, it's going to drive you mad trying to guess what we licensed.
Yeah, funny thing about that was one of the clue was viruses, and Roots thought they licensed Moyashi mod, which it does end in mod, but it's not the mod you're thinking of. And then I think it was either Discotek or Lenti that posted 1 week with a picture of a virus. I'm like, looking back at it now. I'm like, God damn it. So
this could only be one thing.
Yeah, so I'm about to dinner with my parents at a Chinese restaurant nearby. I said, "Hey, tag me if anything interesting goes down." And then I double check my phone and then I'm like, "Holy fuck! They licensed the original Digimon movies and the redub of them. Holy shit!" Which I'll get. There's also a funny story behind that too later when we get to Ty's actor because Jesus Christ. But I do think, for what it's worth, Cadence has and always will do a good job, no matter what the property is. And Letty's get nothing but high praise from me, from you, from us. Even if it doesn't, hit quite all the marks, that because some of us tend to be. I don't usually tend to be a bit nostalgic, but I do love the effort and the passion put forward because it was a dream project of theirs, and they made it come. Well, I'd say they made it come to fruition, but it was from other people involved in the industry that just basically handed them the keys, if you will.
Yeah. Now, with that being said, we should probably get into who the actors of this actually are, so we can give them their props.
Yeah, basically, I would admit probably the first 2 sections are gonna. Maybe 3 sections gonna go by pretty quick because
yeah,
a lot of characters in the franchise, not a lot of them talking in this movie.
No, we won't rattle them off to be like, hey, thanks for coming back for this dub, even if it was just a couple of lines. But yeah, I'm not gonna spend a whole lot of time on this. So check the runtime. That will probably be done in this section in about a good 5-ish minutes. So,
yeah.
Starting now.
Starting out, the story begins. We have Kai Kamiya, who's Ty's little sister, along with her brother, witnessed the battle between Greymon and Parrotmon at the Heighton View Terrace apartments when she was just a little baby. Always had a sick constitution, and she ended up becoming the 8th Digidestined in the middle of season 1. Possesses, I think, the crest of... No, not the crest of love. The crest of light.
Light.
Yes.
Her name is literally Hikari.
Yes.
In the Japanese.
Hikari.
Very subtle.
Hikari Yagami, to which, if you know who Light Yagami is, you're gonna find that even more funnier.
I'll take a potato chip and eat it.
Anyway, yeah, her partner Digimon is Gatoma, who used to work under my oldest mod until she started to develop her own conscience. It's a champion level Digimon and her partner. In the middle of in season 2, it turns out that a lot of the dark forces were kept at bay because she lost her tail ring, which had a special encoding and kept everything together in the digital world as it was near destruction. Yeah, her ultimate level is Angelomon, which I would say this: if you ever had an awakening, well, not you, no, but if you ever had an awakening when you were a kid, it most likely was probably Angelomon back in the day.
And if it wasn't just Angelomon by herself, it was definitely the fight between Angelomon and the Devil Woman character in the second arc of the show. Just
yeah, Lady
total cat fight.
Devimon. Yeah, Lady Devimon.
Yes, knock her block off. I love the line from Izzy from the original dubs. Like, I know I shouldn't be watching, but I can't take my eyes off of this.
Yeah, I paired these two together because, well, for one, a lot of the Digimon that are in this lineup don't talk much in the movie, or if at all. And two, because in the original dub, Kari was the narrator of all three films put together. And it turns out not so much the case in the redub.
Which makes sense because in this, they're standalone movies. They were not intended to be strung together by a narration that, says these events led to this event, and then that led to this event. So, yeah, thank you, for Sound Cadence, for giving us the faithful adaptation where we have, ironically, less Kari, because I love her very much, but certainly didn't need narration for this. Who voices Cat and Girl?
Yes, Gatomon is voiced by Edie Merman, who, as we just discussed, she's Angelomon in the Digimon Adventure franchise. She's Fujiko Mine in Lupin III, the Streamline dub, and Electra and Nadia, The Secret of Blue Water.
Ooh, that's a good franchise.
Yeah.
A good TV series.
Kari is voiced by Laura Jill Miller, who you've heard most recently is Haru in Beastars. Final season is coming. She's also Nami Asaji in Digimon Tamers. That's the third season. I saw a bit of that teacher. Jesus Christ. And and she shares a Johnny Esquire, which is a show I watched on Adult Swim a couple of times. I still don't understand what the hell was going on, but.
And for those of you who, just to throw out there in case you haven't seen it recently, there's a Disney Channel series called The Ghost and Molly McGee, which ended its 2-season run last year. Very good series, one of my favorites that has been made in the last couple of years. And Laura Jill Miller, absolutely love her. She is the character of, oh gosh, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on her name. Best friend character whose name I cannot remember. What is it? She voices the best friend character of Libby in that show, and I'm just happy to hear her in anything because she's got such a great voice. We may as well just very quickly say, although she's only got a handful of lines in this particular section, it's a great little section, and she sounds basically the same as she did back when the original series was dubbed. It's not really hard to tell a Laura Jill Miller role. Like, you can hear her as Haru, and you're like, that's the same character who played Kari in the Digimon franchise. So I'm glad she's back in this one.
Yeah, I mean, we can both agree there's not really much to talk about, so Edie Merman did a good job. You did a great job in the franchise, but for the redub, you were great too, even if you didn't get much to do. Laura Jill Miller, on the other hand, I will say this. Remember I said you're probably going to learn a few things about me tonight?
Oh, yes.
So, when I was a kid, before I even understood what the term shooting meant, I had a crush on Kari.
You are in a good camp because I have to guess that a good chunk of people did. That was probably many people's first crush.
Well, actually, my first crush was Jenny McCarthy, but we don't talk about that.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't insinuate it was your first, but no, I mean, that's a very understandable crush to have for characters.
Yeah, and part of it was her Adventure 02 design. And the way, and the way she portrayed herself that season, it was all new to me. But I was like, damn, I couldn't get enough of her. I hadn't even hit puberty yet, so.
Yeah, it's a good thing that she got bumped up to main lead because in the original Adventure series, she really doesn't show up until the second half. So yeah, it was good to have her in the O2 cast. The inclusion in this, though, she doesn't get a whole lot to do, but her voicing is understandably like pesky little sister. You know, she's bugging Ty about, here's how you send an email. Won't you tell me who you're sending it to? And then being absolutely insistent, like, I'm not leaving my birthday party just because you want me to. We're having a good time.
Yeah, that, and I'm pretty sure the birthday girl was so annoyed by his constant phone calls. The interesting part about her coming back, it's weird because, 25 years ago, she sounded a little older, and today it sounded like she's trying to pitch up her voice, which, I mean, it still works. It's just, I guess it's time had its toll. She still does a very good job. Don't get me wrong. It's just,
It would be a bit odd, I think, because Laura has just such an iconic voice that to just try to recast for this particular performance with any other voice, it would either be just not trying to emulate that style, and then it would feel out of place, or you would try to get someone who tries to sound like Laura, and in that case it would be like, well, let's just try to get the original voice, because again, very iconic voice actress. I'm glad that she's getting a lot of work in both Japanese and American cartoons.
Yeah, basically.
But anyways, and yeah, Gatomon, with a lot of the other Digimon who are not the main 4 Digimon in this, only gets to say their name, does not get an actual performance portion of this adventure.
But
so,
they don't even get to say their name in
cameo.
the redub. Like,
No, yeah.
because that, and we'll go on to the next section for this, but because from that,
Yeah.
when we get to part of the digital world, it's like, they don't even say their names, let alone speak, if anything. Maybe do some water, I guess. I don't know. I don't exactly know all the goings on. I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall for that, but
They function audio-wise basically the same as they do in the movie, which was, you paid money to go to the theaters to see this. You expect to see all your favorite characters because most likely the average Japanese viewer back in 2000 would have had one of their favorite of the main 8, and it might not have been Matt or Tai or Izzy or TK. It might have been Mimi or Joe or Sora or Akari. So you had to at least include their Digimons in there for a brief cameo. And that's basically what we get audio-wise in this redub, too.
yeah, especially this section, because I did have pair up some of the lesser speaking characters together.
Yeah, let's go ahead and move on to that.
Oh yeah, over half of them had to be recast because the respective voice actors passed away. So in this section, we have Jedi, who's the old wise sage of the digital world. It's weird. This man was like Benjamin Button back in the day, because when I saw him, he started off as an old sage in the first season, and then in the second season, he somehow became young and hot. I'm like, what the hell just happened? It's like time just reversed for him.
It wasn't necessarily it was time reversed. It was that he had split himself up into different variations of himself. So it's like, oh, okay, so you take his time, how old he is, and you split that amongst like 6 or 7 copies. So now they're all like in their mid-20s.
I'm not sure if I'm correct about this, but I think what it might have been was like a core from a Digimon called the Zulong mod, who might have essentially gave him the Fountain of Youth. This is what... Because the split up into different versions, that did happen in O2, but that was when the Digigested had to split up and meet with other Digigested around the world to stop the incoming Digimon threat.
Right. I mean, I barely followed O2, but I think you're right.
Yeah, but for the purposes of this movie, he's pretty much giving a warning to Ty and Izzy about what's going on the internet, and this new Digimon quote is starting to become a threat to the digital world. So, yeah. So he's able to send both Tentamon and Agumon at first. To which one of the things they did keep in the redub was the fact that he said it's gonna take them a minute to upload the internet because his modem's old as him.
Mm-hmm.
Which, is good. That was a good choice right there. And then we have Joe Kido, who's book smart, diligent, helpful. Is the only guy who would volunteer for summer school, basically.
I mean, it's cram school. It's the thing that. You remember from the series his pressure from having like 3 successful older brothers and feeling the need to reach up to those expectations.
Has a lot to live up to in his personal world. So, and he has a Digimon by the name of Gomamon, who is basically a marine type Digimon. They're both powered by the not the Quest of Friendship, the Quest of Reliability.
Mm-hmm.
Again, for the purposes of this movie, Joe doesn't talk as much, and Gomamon doesn't. I don't even think Gomamon has a line or two.
No, it's unfortunate, but again, relegated to token cameos.
Yeah, and I think Joe also, as it shows in the movie, I think at one point Joe also has a crush on Mimi Tachikawa. Free spirit. I think she's a rich girl. When we see her, powered by the quest of sincerity, has deep admiration for her friends. It's very kind to one another. It's a bit free spirit. I know she, at the end of season 1, it's funny because we see her on a trip in Hawaii, just chilling out as Tai is panicking like crazy, and then at the end of season 1, she somehow ends up moving to New York, where she adopts a different hairstyle, different hair color, different design, everything. Looks like a Yankee, but she manages to fit very well. I do know we don't see much of her in this movie, but she does show up at the beginning of the 3rd movie, though. But I think we'll leave that for the next crew.
Yeah.
And her partner is Palmon, a plant-type Digimon that can also Digivolve into both a cactus and a rose. And I thought that was very cool. Unfortunately, Palmon doesn't get to talk much, but playing these 5, Palmon is voiced by Anna Garduno. You've heard him in other roles such as Kira, the Jack and Daxter franchise. I was pressed to find roles for her, but she's Holly Hoover in something called Tonde Buren or Super Pig. I've never heard of that. And I just learned from her IMDb she's like the uncredited voice of Coco Bandicoot in Crash Bash.
Really?
Yeah. Pretty much her A&N page right now is basically just Palmon in every part of the Adventure franchise, including the Tri movies. Mimi Tachikawa is voiced by Elsie Lovelock, who we've heard in. Yeah, this is unfortunately one of the roles that had to be recast because a few years ago, Felice Sampler, the original voice of Mimi, passed away.
Mm-hmm. And thank you, Wesley, for taking up the responsibility, because that was some big shoes to fill.
Very big. You've heard of other roles such as Idaho Inoki in The Island of Giant Insects, Minami Takasaki in Showtime, and Philo Kinode in Suppose a Kid from the Last Judge Booties moved to a starter town. Reprising his role as Gomamon is R. Martin Klein, who you've also heard as Ikakumon in Digimon, Flint Hammerhead in Flint the Time Detective, and Fukuri in Noi to Your Other Self. Unfortunately, both Joe and Jedi had to be recast because both Michael Lindsay and Michael Reynolds respectively passed away within the last 3 or 4 years. But they stepping into their shoes is Eli Farmer is Joe Kido, who you've heard as Mark is Sasaki and Peeps. Johnson Sean Underwood in Shangri-La Frontier, and Ahmed Buckle in The Red Ranger becomes an adventurer in another world. And Jason Monoka takes over as Genai, who you've heard as Gunsakil in Tuesday, Headmaster Helvis in Hells, and Gansaku Nanbu in Megalobox. I will say, for the second time, both Palmon and Gomamon didn't really have any lines, or at least any that were audible to either of us.
No.
So I think,
And they,
and Joe too. But Joe at least had a couple of lines from what I heard. I thought it was pretty okay. At least I've never heard every version of Joe because since Michael Lizzie passed, he's been played in the Try movies by Robbie Damon. He's been played in Adventure 2020 by Damon Mills, I think it was. I have not seen the 20.
Remember.
I have not seen the 2020 version for obvious reasons. Go check out that episode. I wasn't too fond of Robbie Damon as him in Try because he kind of made him sound suave and kind of hot, which Joe is not. Even when he shows up in a suit even when he shows up in a suit in Adventure 2, but even then it's not like he looks a little dapper, but not as dapper as you think it'd be. But as for this movie, what?
Yeah, as dapper as the older brother character in a Toei Japanese toy franchise can be. Like we're not exactly courting the Bishonen audience here necessarily, and he's supposed to be a bit of a nerd. Like he's got some awkwardness to him, and the performance in like the Try movies definitely played up his anxieties more than his older brother status. This movie in particular definitely plays up the comedy of how his desire to pass this cram school quiz is to him on par with the end of the world because he's timing the the time he has left to finish the test in line with when the missile is supposed to completely destroy the whole world. Equally important obstacles.
Yeah, I think that's what it was for me because even though he didn't get to do much, I really liked Eli's take on Joe because Joe is nerdy. Yeah, he is anxious, and it really kind of plays up to the stress as a character, especially the first bit. But that's for the first crew to talk about. I really liked his take on it, even if the dynamic did shift a little bit. It was still pretty good. I will say
I do think those who consider Joe their favorite character will be satisfied with this.
Oh, definitely. What? But what really got me, however, was Elsie as Mimi because, well, for one, she also voices TK and Matt's grandmother in the movie, which that sounded like a perfect voice match to me. I'm like, what the hell? Because I don't hear a lot of Elsie Lovelock roles. I know she's done some video games. I know she's based out of England.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I've only ever seen the last Dungeon movies, which I thought she did pretty good in that show. But having heard her Mimi, chef's kiss. Because not only does she capture the tone and the aloofness that Mimi has, also that delivery, just when she's just stretched on the beach, which almost kind of matched the delivery of the original when she's, I guess, reciting the postcard, basically, wish you were here. She had that same delivery as that. I'm like, damn, that worked very well.
Now, Mimi is, to me, the best character of the main 8. Specifically because she's not the type of person who you would think would do well in the adventure setting that they get sucked into. Like, she's not the one who has, like, super tech skills like Izzy does. She's not maternally supportive like Sora, and she's not headstrong leader like Ty or Matt is. And I like that. I really liked how she would kind of clash with the rest of the group, so you get to see something you wouldn't normally see in an adventure like this. And it's a shame that her role is very minimal in here. Like, she was definitely sidestepped in a whole lot of the other franchises because she was traveling around the world and she was, doing whatever with her whole family. I mean, it's in line, like, in this movie. Like, she was definitely doing what she was supposed to be. And yeah, I agree that Elsie's vocal performance, for the minimal amount it was, is on par with Felice Sampler's original, peppy, almost Valley Girl-ish delivery of the character. It's a shame we don't get a little bit more of it.
Well, at least not in this movie. I know a little bit in the next movie. I don't know how far, but yeah.
No, she needed her whole movie. Like, she needed her own, what is, like, side story movie, like, what is Mimi doing in her escapades around the world? She needed a standalone movie.
You know who stands alone though? In this, at least in this section, Jason Madoka is Gedai, because Gedai definitely captures that old bad spirit, that old jovial spirit of his. I mean, it definitely fit to the T. It's just I kind of prefer Michael Reynolds a little more because he has this unique touch to him. I don't know what it is, but that does not lessen my thought anymore of Jason's performance, because Jason really does very well with what he gets. It's just Jedi's not in the movie all that much. Just for those 2-3 minutes we see him again on screen.
Would you say that Mike originally gave Jedi more of a gruff sound, which isn't quite present in the way Jason portrays Jedi in this movie?
Yeah, he has this unique gruffness to him because, like, one of the things is, and I said that Digimon was part of my childhood, because they used a lot, Fox Kids had used a lot of the same LA actors in their various shows, Power Rangers, Digimon, Beetleborgs and stuff. And I knew him from a couple seasons of Power Rangers. And I always liked that voice he did, especially for Captain Mutiny and Lost Galaxy, because I guess in a way it's kind of a Michael Reynolds had the pirate type kind of voice, whereas Jason Madoka is definitely going for the old man. Both of them work very well, and both of them work very differently. I'm not gonna denounce one or the other. I'm just stating my opinion.
It goes by so quickly that, I mean, again, props to Jason for stepping into a legacy character role. Doesn't get a whole lot of points in this, but the point I wanted to point for this main section here is we're talking about characters who have like one-off lines, maybe two in the whole movie, and they're not distractingly bad. We have talked on this podcast about times where the one-off lines or the background extras may have like a distractingly bad delivery into the microphone that for the minimal time they're on screen kind of distracts from the quality of the rest of the actors. Not so in the case here. These are either seasoned professionals of the Digimon franchise who know their characters backwards and forwards, or still very good actors who know how to deliver the one or two lines they have. Again, there are no small parts, only small actors, or voice actors. And that is props to say, that they maintain the quality even for the one-off characters, casting unique actors for even the small parts and not double and triple casting to try to save a buck. So that, I think, deserves some praise.
Yeah, I mean, it's the little things that count. And speaking of the little things that count, holy shit, this next section. Mm-hmm. So we're going to be talking about the main antagonist of this movie, the virus itself. What started out as basically a malicious code that ended up turning into a Digi-Egg, and rapidly digivolves and attacks the internet. When they're first on screen, we know them as Keramon, this little bug type Digimon that's just gobbling up data from all over the internet. We can have it on phone switchboards and everything. Even got
That's like a cool design.
It is.
All these designs are really cool.
I know, right? I don't know if that's a testament to Mabu Hosoda's the director. I don't know who did the artwork for the movie though. That's the thing. I would probably look that up later, but that is a testament to the art because Kemba had a very interesting design. Infamon, the Armored Champion edition, had a very interesting design. It was basically like, I guess, kind of an armored spider, if you will. Looked creepy as fuck, but yeah. And then you have
noticeably jumping and evolution too, which is not usually something that Digimon can do. They usually have to advance from in training to rookie, from rookie to champion succession, but not this virus. It can go straight from 2 levels up. Apparently, that's how powerful it is.
Yeah. And then his final form, which basically he starts multiplying and launches a nuclear warhead. I don't know the full backstory as to why, because in the original dub it was to attack the programmer who programmed it, but in reality he just wanted to cause chaos. That's all he really did. Because the virus was born from a. Oh, I can't. In the original dub, the virus was born from a necessity for another Digi partner, and somehow the Willis, who you'll see in the next section, had this idea of trying to create a Digi egg, and then it got attacked by a virus. Here is a bunch of viruses that came together and colluded, ended up being born into a malicious piece of malware, trying to destroy the internet.
We don't have the unlike Summer Wars, which was very much inspired by this, we don't have the explanation of a programmer saying, I designed this to be to have a Jones for knowledge, and like it's just designed to gather all the information it can, and if anything tries to stop it, it attacks right back. And this is for the military, like the military is going to make good use out of this. We don't have that in this. We don't have an explanation. It's a 40-minute movie, so we just kind of have to suspend our disbelief of this is a bad guy. It is Joe Bad. It will be your bad guy for this movie. Please go stop it before it destroys everything.
But who we can't stop is Paul St. Peter, who's voicing all three of these characters. Yes, he voices all three of them. But if I'm correct, I think this is a reprisal from the earlier roles, so...
I mean, most likely, Paul St. Peter's been part of the Digimon franchise since the very beginning.
Yes, you most likely you've definitely heard him as Leomon in Digimon Adventure and Digimon Tamers. He's also Yep, there's the nerf I hit.
Why, Leomon? Why?
The sad part is he actually was coming back with that milk.
I hate you so much.
I hang around you guys too much, that's why. Yeah, he's also one mod in Digimon Adventure 2. Kyosuke Mamo and Lupin III, the LA dubs. And because this was just announced recently, and I know somebody is very excited about this, Dr. Julius Reichwein in Monster.
We have video footage of Stephanie being very, very, very excited for that getting a re-release. So thank you, Discotek, for making somebody's 2025.
Yeah. I think other than Digimon and when the character says that Digivolve 2, the first two forms don't really get a lot of speaking. Don't really get a lot to say as compared to the original.
Yeah, noticeably, it doesn't even communicate vocally. It communicates through text messaging, sending messages like, hello, and I'm hungry, and only really speaking to shout out, like, spider attack, and that's about it.
Yeah, they kept those from the original as well, so I think I'm just going to go straight to Digimon because this somehow seems more menacing than the original, which, given coupled with the deafening silence, I do think this was I would say the overall, I think is, to me, it's the standout of the movie because even though Paul doesn't get to speak as much, he's just making noises. When he gets to Digimon, he really gets to have some fun with it. Of course, the Hurricane Touchdown has no connection with our Wargame. So I don't get to hear that deepening voice once the final blow is struck on him. As his face splits in half, and you see a clock right behind him.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, that's because that was not in the original story. But when Paul talks, you listen.
It is a character that is defined by action over speaking. But yeah, in the few times where we do hear the voice, it is a menacing, you cannot stop me kind of voice. And to the point that was touched on earlier, the fact that we don't know a motivation, like we do not have the benefit of knowing that, oh, it's doing this because it wants to have a human partner, or that it is, seeking something in particular, that makes it even more menacing. It's definitely positive to this dub that they retain that mystery of a character that we do not know how to stop it, and at every turn we have no idea why it's doing this. So Paul definitely played up in that in both the actual audio lines and the walla, the onomatopoeia spoken that gave the character a vocal register.
Yeah. What I find funny is, now that I'm looking at the time, I have not gotten through the third movie yet, and I thought the second one was gonna be like the meat of the three movies, because there's a bit more to the whole Attack of the Internet plot, pretty much leading chaos and destruction that consumes everything. To which, a little side note, shout out to Marissa Leti for voicing the cashier who sold the man chocolates. I was like, yeah, I know you've been waiting for that. That's some real good chocolates here. Would that be paper or plastic?
Paper or
Anyway,
plastic?
yeah. Anyway, back to that. So yeah, you kind of see the extended scope of the virus's destruction and the attempts to stop him. It's gone crazy,
Which
man.
definitely played into the anxiety that a lot of people must have been feeling at the time. The whole millennial panic of what's going to happen when Y2K happens. It makes for great fiction. It's kind of a great time capsule of how we were both living through an era of incredible ease and leisure, and simultaneously incredible anxiety about what the future had to hold. Very much encapsulated in the way that all iterations of this virus just absolutely screw with the world around them.
Yeah, and the funny thing about all that, because the virus wreaks havoc on the phone switchboard, they set up an emergency line in case you need to get in contact with somebody. So, fun fact, ever since I saw the original dub, that number is kind of haunted me, like triggered me a bit throughout my formative years. Because like every time I see that number 171, I just keep thinking the whole Y2K situation in Digimon. It always comes back to Digimon.
Well, hopefully it's not a number you run into that often.
I think I can count on both hands at least how many times I've seen that number pop up. It's strange. Let's put it that way. It was a strange time.
And so is this movie. This movie is a very good encapsulation of the fun adventures that you kind of enjoy watching, but you'd certainly not want to experience it for yourself. Like, you do not want to be having to hack the internet and fight evil demons that are born in the internet. You would, though, want to interact with some of the fun characters on the internet, like, I don't know, maybe some of the characters in this next section.
Yeah, thank you for the segue. So yeah, we got two sections left, and the first of those two is the support. I say support in quotation marks because, well, starting from the bottom up, we have Sora Takanuchi and Biyomon. Sora is a caring and supportive individual. Had relations with Tai at one point to the point, like, it's a bit of teenage angst, but it's like, the two kind of bickered, fight like they were an actual couple. She's powered by the quest of love, and we seldomly see her throughout the movie as, she's just going about her daily life. Yeah, apparently, because, she and Tai had a thing for each other. And her partner, Digimon,
is a way better story in this one.
Man, given what
Sora deserved way better. Yeah.
Yeah. And then we have a partner Digimon, a Biyomon, a bird-like Digimon. Can Digivolve into both a flame bird and a Garuda. She's also one of the few Digimon we see in the movie that doesn't talk much, if at all. And
but we cast the character from cast the actor who you're going to mention here in a bit in previous entries in the franchise, so I'm going to retain them for this movie too.
Yeah, basically. And then we have pretty much the crux of the support. I say crux in quotation marks because one of the leads actually didn't show up until like midway through the movie once they found out what was going down. So, but part of that support includes a TK, who's Matt's little brother. A bit of a war, a bit of a how would you describe TK, to be honest? Because I know how I would describe TK. I just can't put it into words right now. But I do know that, like, he's just a little kid. He's a bit of a crybaby, but also a bit of a.
It would not be inaccurate to label TK in the most generous terms a mama's boy, both in the literal sense because when their parents got divorced, he went to live with his mom. And also the interactions that he has with, like, Patamon, which we'll talk about in a second, and his brother, very much seem to indicate that he inherited the more sensitive emotions from, more favoring time with his mom rather than his dad. A very different personality trait than what we will see in 02. But at this point, when he's, very small and actually the youngest member of the main 8, mama's boy is the term I would use for TK.
Okay, and then we have his partner Digimon, Patamon, I'm just gonna say a wing type Digimon because I have no idea what Patamon is, but he is as hopeful as his partner, and they're both powered by the Crest of Hope.
Yep. And you want to talk about weird evolutions? Like the whole evolution of Gatomon is very strange because you talk about. The whole evolution of Patamon is very strange, going from, like we talked about with Gatomon, going from itty-bitty chibi animal character to full-fledged winged angel that will absolutely kick your ass.
Yep, a cool angel's thesis, if you will.
Yeah.
Anyway, speaking of cool angel's thesis, rest in peace, Dave Mallow. You were very good Angemon. But the main part of the support we'll get to is Izumi and his partner Digimon Tentamon. Izumi is pretty much a very knowledgeable little guy. We learned he was adopted by his aunt. His parents, not his real parents. He grew up just pretty much he kept to himself until the day that he went to summer camp and met Ty and the others. They all got sucked into the digital world. He has a very extensive knowledge of technology, of computers, electronics, you name it. He's probably done it. I will say about Izzy is that thank God in the redub they changed the bit about he uses a satellite phone to get back on the internet instead of saying, "Oh yeah, I'm doing the satellite uplink to a military satellite." To which, if you've ever used satellite, I don't think you have, but I've seen that satellite internet, which was back during its heyday around the time this series came out. It was okay, it was pretty good, but Jesus Christ, was it expensive.
I can't say that I ever have. I've had no purpose, no reason to. Obviously, Izzy's got a lot of connections that neither of us will have for, He's got connections to friends who are like, he says he's got friends in America who are their same age and are doing like college level courses now. He's that kind of genius. And it's very funny that you've got him in the support section, which I understand why you have him in that section. But let's be honest here, Izzy's a pimp. Izzy is like the man who gets things done in this movie. Without him, the world would have just been absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, very prodigious of him. Speaking of prodigious, we also have his, prodigious, we also have his partner Tentamon, bug type Digimon, who functions alongside Izzy, and dispenses a bit of advice here and there, but likes to have a little bit of fun at times, and really brings, no pun intended, he brings Izzy out of his shell. He's also
all the Digimon do a very good job of supporting emotionally the personalities of their human in ways that help make them a better person.
Yeah, emotional support Digimon. He's also the only Digimon in this section that actually digivolves in the main plot of the story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
We get to see that beautiful reused animation.
yeah. So playing D6, I'm gonna go from Biyomon up. Playing D6, Biyomon is played by Sherman Lee, who you've heard as Maharu Takeshita, God HK, Lucy Hot Failure in Fairy Tail, and Midako Aino, aka Sailor Venus, in the first redub of Sailor Moon. Uh, I
Mm-hmm.
I forget who it was that played her in the original, but Biyomon doesn't talk as much, but she does reprise.
Oh,
But Shelby does
yeah.
reprise the role from the Tribe movies.
Yeah.
Uh,
The original voice of Biyomon was Tiffany Kristen.
oh yes, that's right, Tiffany Christian, who when they were trying to get back everybody that was available, somehow they were not able to get her back, which you will also see in the O2 movie as well.
Right. So, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm always glad to see Jeremy Lee and stuff. So,
Yeah.
it's a shame that she just gets to say a little bit more. Not even very much more than Sora's voice actress, which I forget who voices Sora again.
Sora is voiced by Colleen O'Shaughnessy, who you've heard as Yamanaka in Naruto, Suzuki in Okozen, and she's the current voice of Mouse Tail Prower and the movie voice, which good on you, girl.
Yes. Must have been recording this in between takes for the third movie that just came out last year.
I finally got to see that movie on a cruise last week. I didn't catch it from the beginning, but I definitely liked what I saw. It was a little goofy,
was-
but that Eggman as a whole character was kind of goofy, to be honest. Like,
It's like we're the same actor playing two different characters in a movie.
oh,
Oh, I love it. That's good. And again, very glad Colleen is here for the couple of lines that we have, because she is been the original voice of Sora since the beginning.
yes. And also reprising their role, we have Laura Summers Patamon, who we've heard as Mimi in Hello Kitty's Paradise, Mayura Otome in Twin Star Exorcists, and because I had a hard time finding a third role, Emily in The Facts of Life. That is not an anime I really had a hard time.
No. And that's okay. Like, encourage our viewers to check out stuff that's outside of the realms of animation.
Yeah. Because that's...
I don't think that... yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say, I don't think TK's voice actress has been in very much anime either.
You know damn well that's a lie. Also reprising the role as young TK in particular, we have Wendy Lee, who you've heard as Faye Valentine Cowboy Bebop, Lisa in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and because this is me and I will take any time I have to bring up a reference to my favorite franchise of all time. What of? She's Alpha 6 in Power Rangers in Space.
Ay.
I know, right? Tentamon and his evolutions Kabuterimon, Mega Kabuterimon. Jeff Nimoy reprises them. He also voices young Jedi in the Digimon franchise. How does that work? Nicholas D. Wolfwood in the original Trigun anime. Gotta specify. And
That's what I know him from.
And Kanchome and Zatch Bell. And also reprising their roles is Mona Marshall, who you've heard as Minoru Kokubunji in Chobits, Hayato Arashiyama in the Flying Phantom Ship, and Tomoe in Wolf's Vein. Now,
Anytime you need like a one of the best women who sounds like a young ingenue male voice, you go to Mona Marshall.
oh yeah, we'll get to her later. I will say for the purposes of this section, Shelby Lee didn't get to talk much. She is a reprisal from the Tribe movie. She did pretty good. Laura Summers Patamon is still good. You know, it's still the same Patamon we all know and love. And Colleen O'Shaughnessy did very well reprising her role as Sora, even if it feels like a different scenario. I mean, we don't get as much of stupid ties we do here, but she did very well nonetheless. You know, different strokes for different folks. So let's start with Wendy, then we go up to Jeff and Mona. Wendy Lee is always a good voice to hear as a younger character. Uh, she definitely displays the emotional range that TK needs in a movie like this.
Yeah, it's a kind of yeah. It's a different voice than any of the other actors in the group, and has to portray the very kind of the balancing act of wanting to help out their friends with this world calamity going on, but not wanting to upset their grandma that they're coming to visit either. Like it's like we need to find a computer. It's very important, but also like we're just kids, just having a good time on our summer vacation. And Wendy, yeah, plays up the youthful, almost naive voice of TK in this, which is needed because it contrasts with the character we'll talk about in the next section, his older brother, who takes things a lot more seriously and is much more agitated by what's going on.
I think the vast difference. I think the vast difference between her TK now and her TK back then is that a lot of the scenes when they're traveling into town to find a working computer, a lot of those scenes were cut for time and or story purposes. So we didn't get to see the full extent of TK until now, and I really like how, as you said, act like a bit of a mama's boy and a bit of a crybaby.
It is how the character was written.
Yeah, it's Wendy Lee do the best Wendy Lee does. Nothing to write home about, but I did enjoy it nonetheless. Jeff Nimoy's Tentamon, my God, it's like, except for a couple of the actors in the next section, it was like coming back into work after taking 25 years off, like you left like nothing ever happened.
Oh yeah, it's like slipping back into a nice warm coat that you had worn not for a long time, but it still fits like a glove. I mean, it's pretty close. Like the way Jeff always gives like this nasally voice to Tentamon and all the iterations was always pretty close to how the Japanese did it, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah.
And yet it still feels like a relic of that time period where cartoony, goofy voices would be expected of anime dubs, and this maintains that. But it's in a good way. Like if all the Digimon had that same high-pitched, nerdy-ish kind of sounding voice, it would probably not stand out as much. But Jeff has not just the ability to maintain that, but also is still able to use that voice for serious moments. When the chips are down, Jeff Nimoy can still voice Tentamon's character in a way that helps lift Izzy up and is not, backing down.
Yeah. And speaking of not backing down, my God, Mona Marshall, welcome back.
She has not, she barely sounds any different.
I know,
and we
right?
knew this because we'd heard her continue to voice Izzy. She has continuously voiced Izzy from the Adventure series, the O2 series, even where the character had grown up slightly, still Mona Marshall, in the Try movies, in this one right here, and I'm not surprised that, she, again, the go-to person for good acting to sound like a young boy, right up there on the pedestal of great actresses who sound like young boys, up there with Tara Strong and Nancy Cartwright, you got Mona Marshall.
Yep. I remember one time, you remember when I hosted Life Lessons with Michi Oni-san, right?
I do.
Okay.
That was a couple years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah. There's a reason I bring this up. So, Mona Marshall has a very impressive voice for playing such a young boy, even as the boy grows up over time. The reason I bring that up is I remember one time I was doing the Akudama Drive episode with the OGs, and I made the side bet because Daisy Guevara played the brother in that show, and it sounded so much like Mona Marshall that I solely alluded to if they did the Digimon Adventure 2020 dub, that I hope they get to come in as Izzy in that, because I really can't see myself. I really can't see another actor playing Izzy the way Mona Marshall does. I mean, you could always come close. After imitated, never duplicated, and I thought Daisy did a very good job. The only things that worked against me, yeah.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say it's the same because this just came out recently. It's the same way that everyone was very, very happy that Pamela Adlon came back to voice Bobby Hill in the latest season of King of the Hill, despite the character being now in his early 20s.
Yeah. The only thing had working against me at the time was one, at the time Daisy was in New York, I think, at that time. Two, it was an LA dub, and I think it was a union one at that. And three, Stephanie tries to make a allusion to Digimon. I'm like, shut up. And we even had a little bet going, which the result was I ended up hosting a Michio Nissan because of Mona Marshall. So, so I kind of owe it to her to not only being part of my childhood, but helping me to incorporate something that teaches about other people's childhoods, you know?
And I do want to just very briefly touch on some of the differences because Izzy has probably more lines of dialogue than Tai does in this movie. They're not really that much different in this version than the original version. Some of the tech explanations are a little bit different, but the actual acting portions really aren't all that different. Like when Izzy answers the door and is panting, is like, well, it's about the egg. It's about to oh, not that egg, a digi-egg. Like, that whole exchange is pretty much the same in between, but you can hear a little bit of the subtle differences in how it's less over the top, it's less cartoonish in this version that we're talking about. Again, to play up the severity of the moment. It's not necessarily every line played for jokes, despite some of the funny things going on. But that kind of lends itself to a more verisimilitude experience in that Mona is playing the character with the severity of how one would be if they were actually going up against a world-destroying obstacle like this. So, again, just slight differences between the two different versions of the dub, even though it's the same actor saying almost exactly the same lines.
Yeah, I would admit there was one slightly massive change, even though the dialogue more or less remained the same, just the terminology was different. There was one change that okay, it's a little bit toward the humor, but I did find it funny regardless. It was when they changed Izzy's sickness scene. Because in the original, it's like all Ty's brothers healthy cooking, just kind of gives him like IBS. Yeah. Whereas he's in the redub, he's drinking so much oolong tea he has to go go pee.
I guess I suppose the original was trying to like make a connection between the cake that she was making, which wasn't like health food related in the Japanese. It was just, oh, Kari's at a party having a cake. Tai would like a cake now, and she's like, okay, I'll make you a cake. And I suppose you can make the argument that change in the dub about how she was actually making like these weird health food things was actually what caused Izzy's constipation is, I suppose, makes more sense from a story perspective, because we do need to get Tai out of the room temporarily so we can have things get bad before they get worse. But it's not what was in the Japanese, so I appreciate that they just wrote it straight as they were supposed to for this assignment.
I mean, the impact lessens a little bit, but that's just by old nostalgia. I don't even tend to be nostalgic about these types of things. But you know, it really had the same type of impact, just same outcome. You know. And I admire Mona Marshall, especially for that scene. That'd be how I would love to have been a fly on the wall for that. I'm like, well, how the hell did you make that sound so realistic though? Like, but I guess it could just be the sound design as well.
she's kind of mastered that voice for, again, a very long time now. Like, you talked about 25 years since this movie came out. She's been voicing boys like this for a very long time, and despite being a seasoned professional, she has not lost the ability to hit that tone.
That's a rare feat. Well done, so.
Speaking of legacy actors, I suppose we should move into the final section where we talk about quite a few legacy actors.
Oh yes, we have pretty much the main event, the creme de la creme, the cream of the crop, if you will. We have Tai Kamiya, the leader of the Digidestined, powered by the crest of courage. He's a hard-working leader, a bit of aloof sometimes, obsessed with soccer. I know he was known as Gogglehead because he has the tendency to wear goggles and just has tendency to wear goggles for some reason. But up until Day of the Squad, that had always been a signature trademark.
Mm-hmm.
His Digimon partner is Agumon. He encountered Agumon basically as a little Digi-Egg back in the first movie. He's experienced since he was a kid. He's experienced various Digivolutions, if you will. I think it's done from Lopmon to Koromon to Agumon, of course. And then we have his next couple of forms, Greymon and Male Greymon, his Champion and Ultimate Evolutions. They power up. Okay, so he powers up alongside Garurumon as they're trying to take down Diaboromon as he is rapidly digivolving, becoming more powerful by the email. And then we have his Mega Evolution, which is Wargame. Jesus Christ. Heavily armored Digimon with wings. Okay. It's hard to describe Wargreymon if you haven't seen what the character looks like. Basically, it's all dinosaur forms of Agumon, dinosaur Digivolutions of Agumon. And then we have his, I guess you could say his partner in crime, adversaries, friends, if you will, Matt Ishida, TK's older brother, went to live with his dad after their parents got divorced. Inspired by the quest of friendship, he basically has a tendency to butt heads with Tai from time to time, but deep down they really care for each other, and he has a passion for music, and he's partnered with...
He joins a band.
Yeah, and he's partners with his Digimon Gabumon. How would you describe Gabumon? Because he feels a little happy. He feels a little happy-go-lucky to me, but...
Well, I mean, maybe in his smaller form, he's a little happy-go-lucky, but when he digivolves, he really becomes quite the alpha. He's got wolf-themed. Like, he's got very, powerful wolf power form that is fully fitting for Matt as his partner, but he definitely balances out Matt's more impulsive nature by being the shoulder angel character who says, like, now, you shouldn't be so insensitive. Have some compassion for your friends. And I don't think I'd call that timid. I think I would just call that the voice of reason in a way that does not pander to Matt necessarily. You know, he's not talking down to him. He's just saying it in the most calming way he can that will actually get through to Matt. Because Matt can be very, very impulsive and hard-headed.
Brash, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And even though combined the Mega Evolutions were enough, they somehow managed in a last attempt to combine into they basically DNA digivolved into one giant Digimon, and that is Omnimon, who serves as the primary protagonist for taking down Diaboromon. And does so in great fashion.
Ultimate form, if you will.
Yep, the ultimate form, the final form.
Oh, this isn't even my final form. No, this is actually the final form that we
Yep.
we see those two characters form into.
Yep.
Quite the fun evolution to watch when we see it in the TV series, because this movie is not the first time we see Omnimon. We see that in the TV series where they have to be shot. Like the Taya and Matt actually have to be shot with arrows from from Kari and TK's Digimon, and that doesn't kill them. It sends power to their Digivices, which allows their Digimon to advance on to the next level. This whole thing takes place right after the events of the Adventure TV series, so you can see it as a standalone series, but it does reward you as a viewer if you had watched the original series and, you know, were aware of the characters' journey they'd gone on to get to the point where they could evolve into Omnimon, for example.
Yeah. What you were thinking of with the arrows was the Mega Evolution. But even then, when that was not enough for Digimon, they DNA digivolved. Anyway, it's a whole long process, and but getting into these characters, just as an FYI, Omnimon is a combination of both male Garurumon and Wargame, so they're both voiced by the respective actors. That having been said,
Yes.
Tai is voiced by Joshua Seth. Agumon is voiced by Tom Fon, who they both reprised their roles respectively. Greymon and male Greymon, however, are voiced by Bradley Gareth, whereas War Greymon is being reprised by Lex Lang. And Michael Rice comes back as Matt Teixeira, and Kirk Thornton comes back as all evolutions of Gabumon. Joshua Seth, you might have heard him in other roles such as Tetsuo Shima in the anime stub of Akira, Dio Ericles, The Last Exile, and Hige in Wolf's Rain. Tom Fon, you might have heard him in the Bang Zoom dub of Dragon Ball Super's Pilaf, Guyver and Guyver the Bio Boosted Armor, and Hakuba and Shinzo. Bradley Gareth, you've heard him as Koichiro Ota, the coach in Gunbuster, Ghoul Jeddak in Mobile Suit Gundam, The Witch from Mercury, and Logi Mist in The Red Ranger becomes an adventurer in another world. Lex Lang, you've heard as Suguru Geto in Jujutsu Kaisen, Goemon Ishikawa in the LA dubs of Lupin III, and again, because this is me in Power Rangers, he voices a few important monsters in the Power Rangers franchise, but specifically he voices Ecliptor in Power Rangers in Space. Michael Rice, you've heard as Barata in Cowboy Bebop the movie, Rock in Metropolis, and Landfill and Wedge in Transformers Robots in Disguise. Kirk Thornton, you've heard as Kaname Ogi in Code Geass, Spellbinder in Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue, and he is the current voice of Shadow in the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise. And of course, Omnimon is voiced by both.
Keanu Reeves.
No. Keanu Reeves is the movie voice of Shadow.
Right.
Yes. And Omnimon, as I said, is a combination of Lex Lang and Kurt Thornton. So
I wanted to tie it back into Keanu Reeves because we started this discussion with discussion of a Keanu Reeves movie. So we're bringing it all full circle near the end here.
Basically. So, where do you want to start? Because, oh boy.
Very quickly to touch base on the Digimons themselves. Digimons? Not sure if that's the plural form of the characters. They retain the same voices in their rookie level forms, like the iconic ones that you would know them as like Mini Dinosaur and Blue Dog Man, as basically the same way that we were describing like Tentamon before. It's very familiar sounding voice, reflective of the cartoonish way of delivering it that they did in the original. But again, it wasn't like they were just trying to keep with the trends of American anime dubbing at the time. They were maintaining how they sounded in the Japanese, and the Japanese voices for the Digimon maintained a marketable cartoonish sound to it, so it makes sense that they would do so in the English dub, especially to differentiate the speaking voices of the Digimon from their human partners. So really no critiques on the delivery here. The characters get to shine not just in their normal speaking voices, but also battle sounds, like pepper breath, or whatever Tentamon's, or whatever Gabumon's attack voice is.
There's Blaster.
Just a whole lot of the shonen battle stuff. The what?
Blue Blaster.
There it is. Thank you. So yeah, no real notes on the Digimons, just as is, except it's very nice that they are still able to maintain the energy and the pizzazz that you could have heard in the original English dub, carried over into the present here. Again, it feels like a nice bit of nostalgic food that, it's a food taste you haven't had in quite a while. As soon as you taste it again, you're like, oh, this is bringing back so many memories of something that we don't really have experiences of anymore. Like, you don't hear Tom and Kirk using these voices in basically any other property. So it's refreshing when we get to hear it in this.
Yeah, I think I can match that sentiment too, because those that did Reprise the World come back, Tom did a very good job. Of course, it sounded a little higher because, they're coming back to an older property, so they had to match what was done in the Japanese. Michael Rice, same thing. Although he did have a little more to work with than he did back in the original dub, because they're running around town. I say running around town. They're running in the outskirts of the countryside, trying to find the one working computer that will let them get on the internet.
Is there any better example of how old this movie is, that they, even out in the middle of nowhere, that the thing they cannot find is a functioning computer? Nowadays, that would not be a plot hole at all. Like, even if you were out in the middle of Nowheresville, you will still find a functioning computer in every household.
Well, you say
or maybe
that.
Not so much anymore.
Yeah, well, you say that, but I did preview the part 1 of this series that Roots and Megan did, and one of the things they pointed out was JFK was mentioned, but not LaGuardia, and the tram system being attacked in New York City. NWA Airlines, that's Northwest Airlines, not the other NWA, in case that's what you were thinking. But for me, what really stood out the most was all the ads and the monster trucks I saw in the movie, even though that was in the third film. I'm still going to bring that up because, to me, like, nothing would date a movie more than seeing a Mazda minivan being advertised. No, because I don't think they make minivans anymore.
No, I'd have to double check. I think they just make SUVs these days.
Yeah, SUVs and 3 Series. I know that. Anyway, oh yeah, I forgot the Miata too, but I'll bring that up with Josh for reasons. But yeah, I do share the same sentiment. Everybody that did Reprise the World come back did a very good job. The only exception to the rule was Bradley Gareth as both Greymon and Male Greymon, because that was a recast. I don't remember who the original was, and I'll look up in a sec, but I thought he matched the original voice very well, if not exceeded a little bit, because, Greymon and Male Greymon is basically a bigger, tougher version of his rookie level. So having to capture that spirit and that energy at the same time, and he doesn't even talk as much, unless he's firing off his attacks or so. But I thought Bradley did a very great job playing both versions of Greymon. But now we can go on a little bit. Lex Lang is War Greymon. So, funny story. I met him at an Otaku Fest about a couple years back. I think I met Joshua Chef that same one too, but I'll get to him in a sec. Well, for one, that dude is tall.
Oh, is he?
Very.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, he looks like he's a better looking Steven Seagal, I'll say that. But the interesting thing about But the interesting thing about him was I actually saw him at AB years ago. When I first met him and his wife, I went to his wife's table because she's also an actress. But I didn't meet him because I didn't have anything for him to autograph. And I found out he did all this stuff in the Fox Kids. And I was like, damn, this guy was the voice of my childhood.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, like you played that many monsters, especially some real good ones in the Power Rangers franchise, because the Clipter is scary as fuck sometimes. Not as scary as Sennaku, but Jesus. So when I got a chance to meet him, he autographed a Wargame poster, and I enjoyed the sentiment very well. And so I was glad to see him come back as Wargame now that he knew it was him.
Okay.
That having been said, I also have an interesting story about Joshua Self. So, like I stated a few seconds ago, I met him at a Otaku Fest 2 or 3 years back. And I said to, and he autographed my original Digimon the Movie DVD. And I told him, thank you for being part of my childhood. And at that time, I was surprised he came back to voice acting, because what happened was, about 2006 or so, he retired from voice acting to do stage shows. He was a stage magician and mentalist. He also did some motivational speech work as well. And he retired from voice acting, but then he told me after COVID kind of shuttered everything, he started going back into voice acting, to which he said Sound Cadence reached out to him. And this is kind of my Andrew moment, because I thought Sound Cadence reached out to him to come back to do Prince of Tennis, which was releasing around that time. And like I said, I got him to sign my Digimon the Movie DVD, which I'll probably post a photo of it if I feel like it. Lo and behold, when Discotek Day dropped and that bombshell announcement dropped, I was like, Jesus Christ, I got Andrew. It's like I probably ended up willing this into reality. I didn't even know that was gonna happen. Like, that's probably why he was a little bit more surprised than I was. But he's a great dude, and I know he's suffered a few setbacks, because I know we had a Hurricane Helene last year, and his house got flooded, and he lost most of his vehicles, one of which was a Mazda Miata. So I know, and I know how he had been feeling at that point, because I know one of the things I like is when a lot people, voice actors, put a little bit of themselves into their performance, and I know that knowing what I know now about Josh, he's probably gonna be one of my favorite actors of all time, because he can willingly put himself into the situation he is dealt, which is what he has to do with Tai here, and coming back to redub as Tai, to which I do not have confirmation yet, but somebody posted a clip of the redub for the Revenge of Digimon movie, and they said it sounds like it, but I cannot and will not confirm until somebody says something officially. But if it is true, thank you for coming back, Mr. Seth. You are God's gift to mankind. Keep doing what you do, and we'll always be proud of you.
It was a very welcome sign when he came back. Even before COVID, they had cast him in the Try movies, and I know those Try movies didn't really satisfy everyone as well as we were hoping they would, but the addition of having the original voice actors, a lot of the original voice actors in that, was worth it enough to give it a watch, and Joshua's portrayal of Tai certainly elevates that, and so in this as well. It's very fun to watch an actor still having to play basically a 10-year-old kid many years after the original had been recorded. But it's the enthusiasm that counts. It's the optimism and the good-natured spirit that Josh gives to Tai that really continues to keep it fresh. And the movie here gives him a lot of opportunities to be something he's not really been in the TV series, which was freaked out. He was in moments of absolutely befuddled at, Mimi is off in Hawaii. Why can I not get a hold of anyone? Or you can't. he tries to cover up for accidentally bonking the monitor, which loses them access to the battle for a little bit. It's that range of emotions that makes Tai relatable. Like, a lot of people, I feel, watched this series a while ago and liked Tai as the lead because they could relate to him. He wasn't the unbearable jock character. He was the relatable kid who just wanted to do the right thing. And we get a lot of that in this as well. Having said that, the dub changed a bit here, which is basically by just taking away jokes. Like, between the original and this version, it just took away some of the jokes. And so Josh doesn't get a chance to be as funny as he was in the original. And that's okay, because this is clearly not going for that same tone. So when you get Tai being very upset over, like, their Digimon losing in battle, not because of the world-shattering thing, but concern for his friend, you really feel it. Josh brings that emotional weight to it. And so that is to be commended, that you took the silly 40-minute movie about digital monsters and made it a series of emotions that we can really feel for, and no, not my Agumon. So yes, that is I think that covers just about everyone.
Yeah.
Last shout out before we move on to one we didn't talk about very quickly, who gets quite a bit of lines, is the voice of Tai's mom, who gets to be the unknowing witness to everything going on. Thank you, Dorothy Elise Fawn, for voicing the mom, both in the original and coming back for this version. Doesn't get quite as many puns about bad food in this as the original was, but still welcome addition to the cast, and pretty reflective of Mamoru Hosoda's preference towards having mother figures. He seemed to really like that in this era, and I think that's why she gets bumped up to supporting cast level in this movie.
Yeah, I think we went digital for long enough, and it's time to go final. So, final thoughts on this movie?
It is a strange addition to the franchise being such a short entry, but is very reflective of Toei's panache for having, like, bite-sized movies, or basically view this as a very special episode. It's basically the length of 2 episodes put together, like a 2-parter. And that being said, it makes for a very enjoyable watch. The dub, very top tier. It somehow manages to both adapt the dialogue into the level of quality that we expect with 2020's dubs. Like, this stands on ground with anything else that Sound Cadence was making for modern series in today's day and age, while also retaining a flavor of the nostalgia from the 90s and the 2000s that makes so many people very happy to return to Digimon. There's some needed changes to, like, cutting out jokes and upping the the dramatic portions of it, putting the original, like you said, putting the original soundtrack in. It's a little weird watching this and not hearing Fatboy Slim or the Mighty Mighty Boss Stones in the background, but again, that's what they were going for. So yeah, if you haven't gotten around to getting a copy of this, I highly do recommend it, especially if you're a Digimon fan. There is a lot of great coming home feeling just watching this adventure, and I hope that I know that it already sold well. We know that this Blu-ray sold very well. It sold like gangbusters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this definitely felt like a homecoming for me again. I was amazed when I heard this announcement drop. I was like, I really have to get it on, and not because I like a lot of stuff Sound Cadence does, but it's also like revisited something from my childhood once again, because I just wrapped up on the Sailor Moon franchise with their recent movies, and had to come back to another Toei property which I had not seen the movie in so long, let alone movies. I could definitely feel the passion Marissa put into keeping everything as original as it can be in terms of both the uncut edition and the original cast. I commend them on getting everybody back, and it's funny how this came about, because apparently okay, so this is what I heard. Okay, so apparently, like, there's this guy that runs. I forget the name of the site. Oh, with the will, and apparently, like, they managed to get the rights to this, and then just hand it over to Discotek and Sound Cadence. I don't know the complete story, but I am amazed at what rights they are able to gather in order to dub something like this. Because, well, I know right now Gunbuster is probably the oldest property today. There probably might be more, but I can't remember off the top of my head. Anyway, I'm getting way off track.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, it is a good question of, like, how did this happen in a day and age where, like, Toei clings very tightly to their, franchise stuff. I mean, it's more impressive that they were able to get not just the rights to the uncut Japanese, but also the original Fox version of it that is on this Blu-ray that we've been talking about.
Yeah, to speak of which, the Saban and Toei version, the original dub. So I will admit, when we were coming up with when we were trying to figure out, like, who wanted to do what, I took on this part of the movie because, one, I had never done a Mamoru Hosoda movie, and two, I knew that I could get before I even watched the third movie, I knew I could get to, like, the meat of the story, and I know I could, like, get into, like, the real depth of it and everything. Also want to make references to Power Rangers. I didn't get to do as much as I did because some of the actors, some of the actors that are in this movie, they're in, like, other parts of the dub, like Brienne Brosey and Neil Kaplan, especially Neil Kaplan, because Jesus Christ, I will take any moment I have to even put a diabolical. That's one of my pet peeves, to be honest, because I know, like, we always talk about childhood, regard our childhood and stuff, but I mean, it's just me nitpicking a little bit, but sometimes they do get a little annoyed with, like, somebody that has been in Power Rangers and a big character at that, and shows up in anime dubs even years later. It is definitely something I revel in, and I will take every opportunity to make a reference as much as I can. Also, to whoever does the Encyclopedia A&N, Brienne Sidar and Brienne Brosey are the same person. You don't need two separate pages. Anyway, tangent
We
aside.
have aliases for a reason. No. Speaking of Power Rangers, fun fact: do you know what the present was that Kari gave to her birthday friend in the original dub?
A pink Power Ranger.
A pink Power Ranger, because we are going to cram as much interconnected world building as we can between everything that Saban owns in 1999.
Yeah, to which, if I remember correctly, and I have to fact check this, I think Joshua Seth was the original voice of Alpha 5 in MMPR.
I'm not sure about that, but it wouldn't surprise me because that would be very easy.
Yeah, he's been around with Fox Kids pretty long. Anyway, we're getting too much off topic. I think it's time to wrap things up. I don't know how we're gonna do this because I did not watch the Memories episode again. So I think it's time. I think we should probably just, like, skip on to the next movie. It's a time skip anyway, so.
That it is. I mean, we've had our fun in the adventure era, but let's jump all the way into the far-off future of 2002. Insert Harvey Birdman clip here.
Well, first off, that's fun too. And second of all, where can the people find us?
Oh, yes. We, the Dub Talk Podcast, are found on various audio versioned sites. If you're listening to this on YouTube, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel here at Dub Talk Podcast. You can also follow us on sites like Podbean, Spotify, and other, basically all the fun places where you get your podcast needs. You can find Dub Talk Podcast there.
Yes, that's for me. I'm assistant editor for the podcast. I can be found at both Twitter and Blue Sky at Chapstar529. I know Twitter's in shambles right now. That's mostly Dear Bullemon's fault.
I wish.
Anyway, I think it's just time we just hit the skip button and just get on to our last segment of the movie. As for us, have a good night. Otaku on and keep it digital.
Aloha,
Take it away,
we
Steph.
will Digivolve
Take
into
it
our
away.
final form.
What's that?
On to the next section.
Right now.
Konnichiwa, minasan. I am so pleased to be welcoming you to America to discuss the American Digimon movie. Joining me today are my compadres, Steph
ありがとうございます
and Amon.
Ohio.
No, it takes place in Colorado. There's a difference.
Oh,
No,
South
it doesn't.
Dakota.
It takes place in New York
Also takes place in New York.
and
this is-
South Dakota. Amon is also correct.
I mean, I don't think
Welcome to the-
they don't get to South Dakota. One of them just realizes, I think we're going in the wrong direction. This highway says it goes to South Dakota. That's the opposite of where we want to go.
That's not. This does not lead us to Bossing Say.
Yes. Thank you for joining us on this episode. You are now in the third and final and least important segment, according to some people. Digimon Hurricane Touchdown. It's American because it says touchdown in the title. Also known as Digimon Adventure 02 Part 1 Digimon Hurricane Touchdown, ! And Digimon Adventure 02 Part 2 Transcendent Evolution, The Golden Digimentals.
A titling scheme that makes no sense once this left theaters.
Toei's gonna Toei.
Toei is gonna
I-
Toei.
I think the only reason it's split up like that is because they had an intermission while they were showing the movie. And they typically do like 2 short features.
That's true. Yeah.
I looked into this and can explain it later, but let's finish the introduction first.
Yes, this is, of course, the Digimon segment starring the 02 cast from the sequel adventure series, starring everyone's favorites, Vmon and Davis, and
yes,
the rest
Davis.
of the O2 kids.
Yes, Davis, this goblin child.
Everyone's third
And
favorite
it set off
Digimon
the proud tradition of meeting up with a random, never before seen Digidestined and their partner Digimon, and that partner Digimon going rogue.
Yep.
A formula they would follow for several other movies. Now, how to otherwise describe this movie? It's like, I'm just happy to be here. I would be on anything Digimon. I'm the biggest Digimon fan I know, not named Jet. I'm the biggest Hosoda fan I know, not named Noah. So I snuck in here somewhere and got hosting duties for this part. And I'm on the part that isn't by Hosoda.
Naturally.
Yeah. No. Naturally.
Now, this was directed by Shigeyasu Yamauchi. It was another Toei staple director. He's done a fair bit of Dragon Ball. This movie is so different from those other 2 parts. It is so much not a big blockbuster feature. It feels very small town theater. It almost very dreamlike.
Oh, I love it. It's great.
Yeah, from the guy that's on did some episodes for Magical Do-Re-Mi and Keshurin Sins, I think was the
Yes.
big director one I found.
That
Yes.
would do it. Yep, that would do it.
Yes, which I also stuck out to me because that is also a collaboration with Reiko Yoshida. So yeah, that's yeah. I don't. Why did he make a Vim Vendors Road movie? Like, I'm not complaining. That's great, but why did he make a? Why was he told make a movie for one of our properties for the annual festival we do every year, and he made a Vim Vendors Road movie? I don't understand how this happened. I'm not mad. I'm just confused.
I don't know, but here we are.
Yeah, so, yeah. We're gonna find out that our segment on this episode got edited down considerably after we're done here.
Oh man.
Dang it!
How did they ever cut this thing down to get it?
I don't
to fit it with the other parts.
Okay, so it's been it's been literal years, like maybe even decades, since I watched the American version of Digimon the movie. I have not gone back to rewatch the American version of Digimon the movie. Not yet anyway. So I don't even remember, and the bits and pieces I do remember, I remember watching it in theaters, legit, when it came out. And I remember watching this segment, like, for today, I'm like, there's a lot more shit in here than what I saw when I was a kid. Holy crap.
I did actually rewatch the American cut in anticipation of this. And
oh, boy.
The main thing is just they just this is a very languidly paced film, so they cut out a lot of Willis and Davis hanging out, trying to hanging out on the highway.
Okay.
The final battle, I think it's just shortened a bunch. They just really. I actually have a story about this when they first this idea was proposed, and the localizers were kind of thinking about how they wanted to approach this, which I'll bring up when we get to the director and cast. But I got the impression they originally wanted to take much less of a buzzsaw to this thing, and Fox kind of forced their hand to cut this down to something they could cram into a 90-minute movie.
Oh, fuck you, Fox. I hate you for that.
Yeah, it's all very unfortunate. I suppose that is a good, I am fresh on Digimon the movie. On average, I watch it once a year.
All right.
I'm about to say, I was like, didn't you say that this is your yearly obligation to watch Digimon the movie?
I can't go more than a year without watching
including
it.
Angela Anaconda, including that too. Was that part of the game?
That is key to the plot, as well as the Len music video that plays during the end credits. That's a cover of Kids in America.
Yep.
Oh, it's beautiful. If you wanted, I am probably the wrong person to say anything bad about Digimon the movie. If you wanted something to be like what imprinted on me at a young age, it would be this property for sure.
No, Digimon was one of those things I grew up with too, so I feel that.
I have a clear memory of telling the class of second graders that I'm much more of a Digimon kid than a Pokemon kid.
Oh, I watched both.
When that was fights that you could get into on the schoolyard.
Digimon versus Pokemon. That's the real gang wars when we were kids. Digimon versus Pokemon. Squad up.
Directly from that into Yu-Gi-Oh! I was on this path for life.
Yep.
Yeah,
accurate.
Digimon was very much my gateway drug to the wider world of anime too. I'm right with you there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Nah.
I had both Pokemon and Digimon growing up.
Oh, I like both of them too. It's just the Digimon anime was way better.
Yeah, I kind of leaned more towards Digimon most of the time.
I have often joked that is the best isekai.
You would be correct. It is the best isekai. You're not wrong. You are not wrong.
My baseline quantifier for quality for an isekai has a main cast where they all matter.
Yes. There you go.
Fair.
But let's mosey on over. Digiarmor Energize into the next thing, and talk about our ADR crew and director and screenwriter. This, of course, is undeniably based and inextricably tied to the Digimon the movie. So we, of course, have to talk about the original script done by Jeff Nimoy and Bob Buchholz, and this was repenned by Marissa Lenti and directed by Marissa Lenti of Sound Cadence Studios.
Marissa Lenti, you crazy, crazy human being, you.
Now, Jeff Nimoy, for doing Digimon, starring in his own short movie called Fame-ish. He and Bob Buchholz are longtime friends. They did a improv show together where they dubbed over old TV shows.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Which is a thing I see improv troupes do nowadays, and the version of it I've seen a lot is late night dub fight.
Oh, that's just cool.
yeah, that's just a fun thing that you can see doing on like charity streams and such. Morel Lenti is no stranger to this podcast, being a big director over at Sound Cadence Studios and much of the Discotek dubbing library. Not to get into it, but yeah. What do we have? What do we want to talk about first?
I kind of feel like we were all, when the announcement came up that Digimon the movie was license rescued, technically, I think all of us were like, oh, that's not a surprise, considering we already had a re-release of the original Digimon and O2 was on the way. But the fact, the biggest surprise out of anything was the fact that Discotek managed to get the rights to the original uncut versions. And also on top of that, commissioned Sound Cadence to get all 3 of those dubbed with brand spanking new dubs, which in comes Lenti, and doing their best to bring as much of the original cast as humanly possible. And I think they accomplished a really big portion of that. So, like, it's very, like, I think that was the biggest shock for everybody, was the fact that, one, Discotek got the rights to the original shorts and the uncut ones, and then, 2, the fact that Lenti just went full-on nostalgia and pulled in a lot of the cast from the original shows to pull this off. Obviously, there are a few that got replaced for whatever reason, whether it's schedule or they have passed away and are no longer here with us, or some other shenanigans. But most of the cast is intact with this one, with this movie in particular. I think it looks like there's only, based on your list, like maybe 3-4 replacements on this one.
Yes, I believe it is all. If they were alive, they were in this dub, with the exception of Dave Mallow as Andromon, who passed away more recently.
Yeah.
It is very in line with the Discotek kitchen sink approach of get everyone, get everything we can.
Yeah. And
do it all.
Happy. It makes me so happy to see that. And on the directing front, again, mind you, I did not get the chance, because I'm smack dab in the middle of watching another show for another recording that I'm doing in a couple days. So I did not get the chance to watch the American version of Digimon the movie, so I didn't get to go back and like watch and see and hear the difference. But I think with what Lenti did on the directing and the writing front of this is not only make it more of a cohesive story, but make it a much more impactful story on those ends, especially with Willis's story here, because Willis has a lot going on with him, and as far as I can remember, the Americanized version didn't capture that as well as it does here. So Lenti knew and understood the stakes of this movie, and I think is able to capture those stakes phenomenally in both the directing and the writing front.
Yeah, I am comparing it a lot to what came before, casting and directing wise, and for a lot of this cast, it's like time has not passed for some of them. They're getting they're hitting the same beats, they're hitting the same energy. It's like returning home for many of them, which is guided in by Lenti on that front. And then for a couple of them, it is people get old.
Yeah.
They don't quite have the same oomph that they used to.
There's one on that I can think of offhand, and we'll probably get to him almost immediately. But that's not exactly his fault, so.
No, but yeah. So the energy is there, the cadence and that's there. It is, because it's now so untangled from the rest of this, it's a lot lower energy, and it fits more into the tone of the film that was always intended, which is good.
It's not so much with this one, but I ended up watching the dubs for the other two movies that make up Digimon the movie. And I think that I thought stood out there was Lenti was very good at capturing a lot of the tone of the original dub, but still kind of hewing closer to sort of the original script.
Yes.
Here it's a little less obvious, but that's mostly just because this is like a weirdly like lyrical, melancholic movie. It's like less joke heavy in the first place, but it's still like, no, this is like a Digimon dub of that style, but it's been fitted a lot more to match this movie. That like I can, even outside of timing reasons, I can see why this is the one that kind of got the most carved out of it when they had to like stitch all these together, just because it is the slowest of the three of them by a wide margin.
Yeah, I'm thinking of like when they're stitching it together, a lot more of the script is devoted to just making it work. There's a lot more like key phrases that they are trying to repeat for the kids in the audience.
Yeah.
Tie it back into other things.
It kind of feels like, to an extent, with the Americanized version, which is kind of sad when you think about it, is that Hurricane Touchdown kind of ended up as an afterthought as for most of it, compared to the first one as well as our Wargame, where those ones are the big, like, hyped up moments. It's like, that's what kids want to see. And I'm like, yes, you're correct. But viewing Hurricane Touchdown as an adult, I have a lot more appreciation for this, because I barely remembered anything from the original, which makes a lot of sense. So in my mind, this particular film ended up being a little bit of an afterthought in my mind.
Yeah, I think what I read online is when Nimoy and Buckles were first kind of presented with this, they were kind of, here's the movies we have, we want to adapt them. And their initial thought was kind of just based on timing. Is like, okay, our Wargame and Hurricane Touchdown are visually similar enough that we can probably, and they're only about like 140 minutes together with credits. We can probably make an 80 to 90 minute movie out of this without too much trouble. And then this little 20-minute short could probably work as like a TV special. Throw that on in Digimon's time slot as like promo for the movie the week it comes out, something like that. And then after they set this up, the line they got back was like, no, we just want a movie based out of these, just make it work.
They wanted all three together.
Yeah, and since
they all have to go into the theatrical release.
Yep.
Exactly. And since this is the longest, and has the the most stuff, who like, particularly I think if you're like a stereotypical movie executive and you think kids have like zero attention span, this has by far the most stuff you would want to slice out anyways, just because there's so much more of it that's about like building atmosphere or letting the characters bounce off each other and all that other stuff that adults suspect kids find boring, regardless of whether or not they actually find it boring.
Or how it was kind of back in the day, I would think, is, oh, this is too dark for kids. It's gonna be too scary for them.
Oh, I could definitely, especially that last fight scene. It's like, if you let that play out in real time, for like, there would definitely be some crying children in the audience. It completely,
there might have been,
like, I think even at the time you can kind of tell, like, as a kid, that like something's weird about the pacing here, but it's only seeing it full of like, oh, they really did a number on this one to have to squeeze it in there.
They really butchered this one all to hell to get it to fit in there, and which is a shame, because this is a really good one.
No, it's like I found some old like some website that looks at like sort of like movie censorship, like alternate edits, that kind of thing. And to give you an idea, Digimon Adventure had about 5 minutes cut out of it, some which is just credits. Our Wargame had about 6 minutes cut out of it, again, some which is just credits. About half of Hurricane Touchdown is missing.
I'm not surprised. Again, this one was the afterthought in the whole process, which is a damn shame. But it's not... I don't think it's at the fault of, like, the original folks that were part of it. It's more of the producers than anything. 100%.
I pinned this on Fox. I don't doubt there was a better way to make this work, but they had their mandates, and it's their obligation to work within those.
There's a quote from Haim Saban, I think, from that same Jeff Nimoy source of... So I finished I finally finished watching Hurricane Touchdown. It took me a week to get through because I kept falling asleep.
Yeah, that's,
Oh no!
I mean, based on what I know about Haim Saban, that also sounds about right. Oof.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's good. All the original worth it is preserved here. Like Digimon in general never felt like it super cut down, other than like standards and practices to meet TV.
Right.
The other two parts are cut down mainly for violence and stranger danger issues.
Oh yeah.
I think.
Stranger danger. Yep.
Like, particularly for Hurricane Touchdown, don't hitchhike with random strangers.
They hitchhiked like 5 fucking times throughout the whole course of the movie.
The most unrealistic part of this movie is that they would allow, like 2 12-year-olds and a 10-year-old to just fly to America by themselves. And just wander around having no idea where they're going.
Yeah. Yup.
But yeah, a lot of the original intent is preserved here. I do appreciate that because Marissa Lenti's a fan, that we keep some of the best jokes in the script.
Yes!
Oh, yeah.
Some of the more memorable ones, especially. Again, it's nice when you have the vocal stim, the brain rot in the back of your mind that's been brought back into it.
Yep. I only wrote down a couple, but they're from the climax of the movie. You have one when it's like Flame Dramon, I think it is, like, playtime is over, little bunny, and then a little while later, I think it's Armadillomon, he's like, and I'm here too! In the same, like, moment, it's like, I'm here too! Because it was like Flame Dramon, and then I think Hawkmon, and then Armadillomon comes in, it's like, and I'm here too! I just cracked up for a solid minute. I'm like, oh my god, I miss this so much.
No, it captures the voice of the original dub really well in a way that
Yes.
it's like the right level of corny, if that makes sense.
Yes.
I like that.
Digimon for North American audiences was always pretty corny, and it still keeps that intact, and I love it.
I attribute a large amount of my love for sort of cornied, hackneyed jokes to being a really big Digimon fan as a kid. Like, that definitely helped shape that aspect of my sense of humor. Watching that show specifically was absolutely part of the stew on there. Like, that's not a question.
Yeah, and hearing Jeff Nimoy talk about it, he is just shoving in as many jokes as he possibly can, and recycling all of his old bits from improv.
Oh, yeah. I can see it.
It's the Mel Brooks attitude of comedy. If you have enough jokes, it doesn't matter how many of them succeed, because enough will.
Yeah, and some of them are just there for the cast members.
Yep.
No one else is getting what the heck Terriermon's going on about in a non sequitur.
That's what we call an inside joke, and we love those.
I did want to touch on the music as well for a touch, because like Digimon has always been very loud in its adaptation.
Yes.
Very big and bombastic and blockbuster, and just never a quiet moment.
This one has quiet moments though, and I appreciate that.
That's why. Mm-hmm.
I was going to describe it as like the first sting of the soundtrack is just like, we are in America. Let's hit that old Western guitar.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's hit a lot of the blues.
Let's make this as stereotypical as possible.
That's part of the reason why, like, I thought, like, a Vin Vendors movie. Like, I've definitely seen movies set in America made by people who are not American, who definitely, like, gravitate towards this very, like, quiet, atmospheric music with a lot of sort of, American signifiers in it. Like, I think it's great. Like, I don't know what it's doing in a Digimon movie. This is clearly a score for some art house flick that Criterion is going to reissue in a nice box set. Yeah, like, the one that always stands out to me is sometime during the final fight, there's like a piece of music that comes on that just suddenly gains this like Jaco Pastorius style bass line, and I'm like, this is far too sophisticated for a Toei movie that's nominally supposed to be promoting a cartoon that is itself supposed to be promoting this like Tamagotchi knockoff that I don't think ever caught on in this country. Like, you were putting a lot of effort into this. Kudos to you.
I love it. It's great.
You know, but by the same token, what is Fatboy Slim doing in a Digimon movie?
Well, that's because the Rockefeller Skank's great.
Oh my god!
That is. I'll when we get to the end and I do a Dusty Old Song, I'll talk about some opinions about the music selection for the American version. Don't you worry.
You must have some good ones for today. I'm excited.
I will. It's a good time to have one of those. I will save thoughts for that as well.
Cool.
But on that note, let's get into some of our cast. The cast is both bigger and smaller than it feels like.
Yep.
But I would like to start with the grown-ups from the original series, in that they got into the biz young and are now teenagers.
Yep.
You know, child actors. You get them started young, and then they become temperamental teens. We have Kari Kamiya and TK Takeshi, as well as their Digimon partners, Gatomon and Patamon. I do intend to mention the entire line here.
Oh boy.
So, Kari and TK, of course, the younger siblings of the original cast. They are a little more grown up, a little more experienced now, and a lot more hormonal now. You know, Gatomon traditionally, had the very Sixth Ranger kind of origin story to joining in, and Patamon full of potential. It's always like a glass cannon or Deus Ex Machina of, so we just have Jesus Christ in our back pocket here, and we can't ever use him.
You're not wrong.
If he ever comes out, we have to depower him again. Yeah. It's okay. He'll rise again 3 days later. It'll be fine.
He's our last resort. He is Digimon Jesus. That's what's happening here.
But of course, these characters are played by Kari Kamiya is played by Laura Jill Miller, of course. Laura Jill Miller, you know, for many a cartoon voice. Lisa in The Loud House, for example. Haru in Beastars was one of her big returns to anime. Boy, that's a lot of Loud House characters. Just a variety of kids' Disney cartoons. TK is played by Doug Erholtz, traditionally, and now again as Digimon Movie. He's known for Keisuke Urahara, Jean-Pierre Polnareff from JoJo's, Gen Ichimaru from Bleach as well. We are going to be getting a lot of their cast from Bleach and Naruto from this cast, as is tradition. Gatomon is played by Eddie Meerman, who's no stranger to Digimon. She's the voice of the telecommunication, or the phone operator in Wargame originally. One of my favorite jokes in this movie. She's been in a bunch of Ghibli stuff. In Grimm's Fairy Tales, she was the Wicked Witch, the mom from Up on Poppy Hill, etc. I think it was the phone operator.
It's one of the best jokes in the original movie.
Yep. Patamon is, of course, Laura Summer, who is known for playing Patamon, and then just a bunch of characters from the real Ghostbusters.
Huh.
Including mainly Janine.
Love it.
And one of our recasts for this movie, because we have, because of dearly departed Dave Mallow, we have Bradley Gareth subbing in for Angemon and Seraphimon. Brad Garrett, of course, has been in a couple things, such as Grill in Mobile Suit Witch from Mercury. Keep these sections brief. I hope we got a lot to go through.
There's a lot. He's I haven't seen it still yet, but he's also in Gunbuster, correct?
Yes. He plays a Shades McCool guy, the coach.
Okay. Yes, of course, coach.
Okay. Because I'm like, Bradley Gareth, and I'm like, wait. Gunbuster, the one that I have not watched yet, and everyone will now yell at me for.
Yeah, he does have a great voice for that kind of authoritative attitude.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of these voices for the Digimon partners that we're getting into, like some of the voices are just in here to do some fight scenes and be real authoritative and maybe hit a quip. But it's mostly to throw out Hand of Fate.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think Bradley Gareth in his case, like, again, it's been years since I've watched anything Digimon in general, right? Bradley Gareth in his case, I think he did a phenomenal job as, effectively, for lack of better wording, as a voice match for Dave Mallow. And I didn't, even if you didn't show me this cast list, I wouldn't have known, more than likely, that this was Bradley Gareth. There's another one where it kind of is the same situation when we get to them in the next section, where if you had told me this was somebody else, I wouldn't believe you. So kudos to Bradley Gareth on that. The rest are just like return to form, except for one to me, and it's not his fault. There's this thing called age. And God, I love him to pieces. He's a phenomenal actor. But there were parts for Doug Erholtz with TK where I'm like, you can tell that he's kind of aged a little bit, and it's a little. I don't know if it's more difficult to maintain TK's tone of voice now or not. But there were moments where I could tell, I'm like, this does sound like TK, but it doesn't. Again, it's not his fault. Not at all. But, like, shit happens. But it's still TK, and I still love him as TK regardless.
When you're going for a nostalgic property like this, you want to get back all of the same cast, and you do want voice matches as well. You want to feel like nothing has changed when adapting something like this for a 20 years later project. And I think Bradley Gareth does that real well. TK, Doug Erholtz, yeah, it is a different vibe from what he once had a little bit. The character in this movie, like, what does he get up to? The pair of these two are mostly like, I'm forgetting the technical term, so I'm just going to use trapped in the well, because that's what I think of with One Piece when they write Luffy out of the story for an arc. They just need to keep him occupied for a bit with a B plot, so he doesn't come and end the fight immediately.
Right.
So we don't have, these two coming in with their Mega Digimon to end the fight immediately.
Yeah.
Right.
It's actually it's kind of funny realizing that in the cut down version that's in the American movie, they don't actually show up any less, because they're already on screen for so relatively little in this particular movie.
I should touch base that we are skipping the original Adventure Kids entirely, even though they are in this movie now, because they still are very not relevant to the plot.
Nope.
So those were easy to cut out before, and we're just going to cut them out again.
Hooray!
If you want thoughts on them, you probably heard them already from our other co-hosts, so you know.
Yes.
Exactly.
Just re-listen to that bit and
not just,
insert it in here.
Yeah, not just with these sections, but probably also with the Americanized Digimon movie that Megan and Patrick did. So, so you got plenty to talk about there.
But you were saying about TK and this section of the cut down bits.
It's like all of them. It's in this section is a return to form, which is fantastic. I miss Gatomon. Has always been my favorite. Gatomon has always been my favorite Digimon, 100%. So coming back to Eddie Meerman as Gatomon is just like, I missed you bitch. I miss Gatomon. I had, like, legit, when I was a kid, I'd gotten either for my birthday or Christmas one of the very few Gatomon toys that existed. I don't know where it is. I had it at my dad's house. I don't know where it is, and I miss it, and I want it so bad right now. But
I have a similar story about my Wargame toy that I had that would, like, transform and warp Digivolve. I lost its foot in British Columbia.
Oh, no!
New Year's 2000.
My my Gatomon toy. It was like an action figure kind of deal, but all it was is you could lift up her arm, and she would just say things as Gatomon, like Gatomon Digivolve, or like just random lines, and it was such a fun toy, and I loved it so much. I don't know where it is. I don't think it was found at my mom's house when we were going through stuff, so I didn't bring it home from my dad's. It might still be at my dad's house somewhere. I don't know where, but that's what I'm thinking, where it might be hiding right now. But no, Gatomon has always been my favorite. It's always been my favorite Digimon. I'm such an OG. Like, it's not even funny. But no, like, Laura Summers' Patamon was great. Laura Jill Miller as Kari was great. Eddie Merriman as Gatomon is great. A lot of it is returned to form, which is awesome. Again, like, I love Doug Erholtz. Don't get me wrong. Time was not on his side to revisit this one. That's the only drawback. And it unfortunately shows a little bit. Otherwise, he was perfect. That's my only criticism there. But it's not his fault. That's not his fault in the slightest.
We're not going to blame him for having the audacity to have aged approximately 25 years in the last 25 years.
Yes, how dare you become an old man, you piece of shit. Like, how dare you? Yes, we're 100% gonna... No, that's not how this is gonna work.
I'm not gonna say it.
I will say it sarcastically. No. But no, like, that's really the only drawback in this section is in that, but that's about it. Like, otherwise than that, like, it's returned to form, and nostalgia is real for me right now, and it makes me so happy.
Yeah. Vibe-wise, like, the only real difference in this part is, like, Laura Jill Miller is written a lot closer to her JP counterpart now, in which Kari is basically like a mystic.
Yes.
She's an oracle or a seer.
Yes.
Right.
It's much more, not like serious, but it's much more strange to have than we've typically had with that character.
I mean,
even in the O2 writing.
I'm about to say, like, in O2, you had bits and moments of it, but it wasn't never fully explored in the American version of the show. But I really do like that it's kind of, even though it's not much, it's still explored a bit more here with the movie. Because Kari, I feel like, always had, like, this sense of empathy towards Digimon. That was always the sense I got from her. And we just didn't get to see enough of that throughout the course of, like, Adventure and O2 and even in the Americanized movies. So getting the chance to see that and Laura Jo Miller get to explore that a bit more, I think, is a nice touch, honestly.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I think that covers it. Thoughts on these two? As far as their contribution to the movie. Let's move on then to the new kids, our Adventure O2 kids, the cooler and edgier, not your mama's Digidestined.
Not your mama's Digidestined. Oh my god!
I forget if it couldn't have been 02 because it took place in 2002. No, or released in 2002.
I think it would have released.
It could have taken place in 2002. That makes more sense.
Maybe. I don't know. Hard to say.
But of course, we have our three new kids. We have Cody Hida, we have Yoli Inoue, and we have everybody's favorite surfer boy, Davis Motomiya.
This fucking dumbass. I love Davis.
I am learning these characters have last names.
Yeah, they've always been by their first name. We have never had last names for these characters when we were kids.
You know, I do recall that Digimon doesn't hide its Japanese-ness, per se, but it did, like, adapt a bunch of these names into more grokkable, memorable kids' names for Western kids.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And of course, we also have all of their Digimon partners. We have the Vmon line, we have Yoli's partner Hawkmon, and we have Cody's partner Armadillomon, as well as their evolutions. Ah, boy.
Have fun.
These characters... Yeah, these characters are... Armadillomon. The line is played by Wayne Grayson as Armadillomon and Upamon. As Digimon, we've got Tom Fawn. As the Hawkmon line is Neil Kaplan. As Vmon, we have Derek Stephen Prince. And as for all of his evolutions, we have Steve Bloom. For Cody Hida, we have new member to the cast, Madeline Doro. For Yoli, we have new cast member, Jessica Peterson. And for Davis, we have the timeless Brian Donovan. Wayne Grayson, you know, of course, from Yu-Gi-Oh!, Shaman King, bunch of other 4Kids dubs, all sorts of plays. Neil Kaplan, what was Kaplan in recently that I think of? Like Bleach and Naruto, obviously, as like Captain Yamamoto. Vulcan in Promare, love him there. Steve Bloom, of course, all over the Digimon cast. I laugh every time that I remember he's also Poromon, which is the like baby of Hawkmon, right next to the picture of Black Wargreymon.
Yep.
The duality of man.
Of course, we're talking about movies, so he was also in Box Trolls, the theatrical release of that.
Oh my god.
Doing the same like monster noises.
I like.
Beautiful. Guillemon, obviously, in Digimon Tamers.
Yes. Yep.
That entire line.
That is, I think, probably the most, in terms of Digimon rules, that is the most like well known and the well beloved for Steve Blum, if I had to guess.
It's sometime when I was in college, I saw some video of where Steve Bloom was being interviewed, and he briefly mentioned being Guillemon and just did the voice. And let me tell you, it's really funny watching the Guillemon voice come out of his face. The mismatch is delightful.
Oh my god, that's great. I love it.
Yeah. Tom Fawn as Digimon, of course, is obviously Agumon for most of the series, so we won't belabor the point too much there.
Oh, I forgot he was also Agumon. Damn it.
Derek Stephen Prince is all over this series as well. We don't get to talk about his human character in O2 of Kenichi Joji.
Oh, yeah.
Because every property forgets Kenichi Joji.
Whoops.
Shame.
No time for the Digimon Emperor.
No, I guess
of course,
not.
He's also Impmon in Tamers. New cast member Jessica Peterson. We would know her from let's see here, the Ace Attorney anime as Francesca von Karma.
Okay, I was like, now I know where she's from. I'm like, where have I heard her before?
I see.
Pick the correct one there.
Yes, you did.
All right, done and dusted there.
Madeline
Doro.
As one of the few people who probably watched the Ace Attorney anime, yes.
Madeline Doro's been a bunch of characters in the Nikkei Gacha movie. She's been in Love Live as Yu Takasaki. So, and yeah, Pokemon Masters EX, I think, as Lyra, which would be the girl from Fire Red and Leaf Green.
Okay.
If you recall. But yeah. Where do we want to start with?
You forgot about Brian Donovan.
Brian Donovan. He plays Rock Lee.
Oh, yeah!
Didn't know that.
I
All right.
forgot!
That checks out.
That checks out. I forgot. It's been forever since I watched Naruto.
End of list.
That's it. Done. Game over.
He's also a longtime friend of Jeff Nimoy, so he's been in Jeff Nimoy's short film Famish as well. So.
Okay.
All right.
Gotcha.
Excuse me. How could I forget?
How could you forget about Brian Donovan?
All right.
The reason why O2 is funny is an entire property. Brian Donovan, a.k.a. Davis.
And who haunts us in Tamers during every to be continued. I don't know why they did that. Presumably just to link them together, and then they were just priced into, we're just going to have this surfer voice over, Guillemon turning evil.
Almost certainly. Just like, all right, this is the first one that's not a direct continuation. We'll have a recognizable voice, and now it's 50 episodes later, and we can't do anything about it.
Whoops. My bad.
It happens.
Oh my.
I was gonna say, I'll be honest. I feel like part of Digimon's power is a certain amount of tonal mismatching, so that works. That's fine.
You're not
Yeah,
wrong.
It's what helps.
Maybe some of the silly accents coming out
Yup.
of these voices that they have to keep doing.
Yup.
Digimon is a more interesting show than Pokemon, and creative choices like that are part of the reason why too. Like I wouldn't change it for the world.
Yep. Exactly.
On that note,
Right.
since we've already talked about how I think particularly some of the male actors are not quite as able to sound as young as they used to. I know when I watched the new dub for the other two parts. Joshua Seth certainly does not sound bad, but he definitely cannot do the Thai voice that he could do 20 plus years ago, which again, understandable.
100%. I rewatched because Andrew did the first one where he had to be Babby Thai. Yeah, no, he can't reach that anymore. Which I mean, we get older. It's a thing.
I know that not like his fault or anything. Like it's just time.
Not at all.
On that note, I am shocked at how well Brian Donovan can just sound the same.
Not a day has passed.
I'll be honest.
He is eternal.
While I was watching it, I was actually wondering. So, did they cut in like dialogue from the original dub for any of this, or can he just do it still? Like, is he just able to reach in and do that voice, and it's not a problem?
Apparently, he could just do it.
It must just sit real comfortably in his voice box.
I imagine so.
I don't know what he sounds like in real life, but I have a sneaking suspicion that if you look up an interview, it is probably not dramatically different from his natural speaking voice, and he's just benefiting from something along, like, yeah, it's something very comfortable for him to reach.
I feel like between Davis and, since I completely fucking forgot, Rock Lee, I can agree that that's probably close to, almost close to what he naturally sounds like between those two.
Yeah.
So that makes sense.
At worst, it might be that thing when, like, Johnny Gambosh has to play a slightly younger character. He just pitches his voice up a little bit, but not a lot, and he sounds passable as a teenager, so I'm guessing it's something along those lines.
It must be, yeah. No, Brian Donovan still sounds like Davis, and it's great.
Uncanny.
Fucking, oh my god. Again, this just makes me want to rewatch Digimon and O2 in particular. Because the stupid bullshit that Brian Donovan and Derek Stephen Prince get into, the hijinks and shenanigans that these two dumbasses get into, is just fucking peak, and I love it. Because everyone in the O2 cast, like, they're the ones who get into the most stupidity half the time. And it's a delight to always see the back and forth between the two of them.
Mm-hmm. No, I actually...
Yeah, that's right.
You first.
Yeah. Now they certainly get the lion's share of the jokes, especially in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Get just real good vibes all around. These two knuckleheads, just goofing off the entire time.
Never change,
really.
guys. Never change.
It's the most illuminating moment in the movie is after they've fought Kokomon, and they're trying to figure out where they should be going, and Terriermon and Vmon just start screwing around, and like Willis is trying very vainly to get them to stay on topic, and Davis is just following them around until they all run immediately into one of these enormous roadside billboards.
Yep.
That are littering the highway in Colorado.
Yeah. Whoops.
By the way, I don't know who designed the backgrounds of this movie, but I love their image of America as just random highways with these just enormous billboards like, directly on the side of the road. It's like a Far Side cartoon.
It is
really
It's always so interesting how other countries, but particularly Japan, views America, because you get the weirdest of shit, and it's so funny. It's so funny because it's like, if you're American, you will look at some of the stuff and what Japan thinks of America and what it's like, and you're like, yeah, no, it's not 100% accurate, but it's up there.
It's like the vibes are right.
Yeah, thinking back to like the New York that they've created in the movie, was giving me like Bebop the movie.
Yeah,
vibes.
it's such a like crime noir New York, which makes it all the more fun to see that in like the Digimon movie.
Yeah. You know, I don't know my American geography very well. Is Colorado known for canyons? Like, or did they just need like a Dragon Ball rock quarry to fight in?
I don't think it's far off from the Grand Canyon. I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, Colorado is part of where the I'm blanking on what the name of the big mountain range in the west is, but like Colorado is part of that. So like
not Appalachian.
Yeah, I was
Appalachian is the one in the
Rockies.
south. The Rocky Mountains. It's like the Rocky Mountains go
yes.
through Colorado. So like obviously mountains, but obviously like a quarry with a big lake in it. Like I at least buy like that's something I feel like I'd find in the Rocky Mountains. That doesn't it's not 100%. It's not when you see things in the Midwest and there's a mountain off in the distance and it's like you don't know how flat the middle of this country is, do you?
There's a good joke in Canadian Touchstone, cultural touchstone, Corner Gas, which takes place in the prairies, where if you just stand on a Coke can, you can see for miles.
What?
You step up 6 inches and you can just see the horizon. You can see Edmonton all the way over there. You can see Calgary all the way over there.
That's funny.
It is just flat.
I love it. That's great.
Nothing to see for miles. Oh god. No. Davis, or one of the adaptative choices that I caught in this movie, because on a separate watch through, I put threw the subtitles on, and Davis is actually the only member of the cast that speaks English. So many of these scenes, he's the one negotiating with the drivers that they're hitchhiking with, or talking them up.
Yeah.
He doesn't speak it himself, but he's able to translate for the rest of the cast. Right. So, like, that old that one gag with the crazy driver.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So the main joke that they originally are making with that character is he picks them up because he loves his Japanese car, and he's just like, Japanese car, amazing, in full English.
I love it. Yep, I love it. Okay.
As opposed to in this adaptation where they don't quite do that, but they're like,
don't worry, I have insurance. I have insurance. That's not what I'm worried about.
Would you please look forward?
Don't worry, I have insurance. I'm not worried about the car. I'm more worried about us.
Eyes on the road. And of course, the original joke in because you can't be hitchhiking with strangers. He's the crazy taxi driver, and he puts on banjo music that makes him drive you crazier.
Oh no! I gotta rewatch the American version now. Oh my god!
I have been watching the adaptation of Magical Do Re Mi recently, and one of the characters' fathers drives taxi cab, and they're from the boonies. So he had a customer that was complaining about the music, and he's just like, sorry, ma'am, nothing I can do. Company policy. I have to play my country music as loud as possible. It's a great joke between him and his kid.
Oh, actually, I love it.
Since you brought it up and I forgot to mention it earlier, you were correct. There was a short in the middle of this movie. That's why there's an intermission. And it was, in fact, a Magical Do Re Mi short tying in whatever season was airing on TV at the time.
That's funny.
Nice.
So, which I actually thought it was funny is that both Reiko Yoshida and Shigeyasu Yabuchi have worked on Magical Do, that season of it, but not this movie in particular, which I thought was a shame. They would probably be too busy to do all that at once, but I thought that would have been a very funny gag to do. Anyways.
Yep. To get into some of the other characters, because they don't have a lot to do in this movie. Like, Hawkmon and Armadillomon are just kind of back to doing their shtick. Mm-hmm. Yep. You're talking in your British accent. You're
Neil. I gotta say, Neil Kaplan is just this like, not fantastical. What the frick did I put? He's like a prim proper, not a prima donna, but like prim proper. Like, yes, well, we must do this and this. Like, it's so. The fact that it's Neil Kaplan makes it even funnier, because I didn't recognize that as a kid, obviously, because I didn't start recognizing voices until I was like a teenager, really, like high school, around there. So you really like just seeing that it's Neil Kaplan as Hawkmon is like, yes, Yoli, we must go here. Like, it's so funny to recognize that now. And then you're fucking lying to me. I gotta say, you're lying to me that that's fucking Wayne Grayson as Armadillomon. You're lying to me.
That is a recast, so it wasn't originally Armadillomon.
Okay.
But it is now, doing a voice match.
Okay, I was like, wait a second, that's not original Armadillomon. Only because, in your list, I know you have the ones in bold as the recast ones, and then you have Wayne Grayson as italicized on our list, so I was like, wait a second. Yeah. No way. But that's funny.
That was originally Robert Axelrod.
Right. Yep.
In the series properly.
Got it. That makes sense.
Oh, good. Those two are cute because of their contrast with their Digimon partners, really.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
They're human partners.
Yep.
Got Cody, this little dour kid that's, not very expressive. So it's funny when Cody's like, Digimon could stand to be a bit more animated. It's real pot calling Kel Black there.
Yep.
It's probably his most memorable line in the movie.
Yes.
And to remind you, this comes after, and I'm here too. Digimon's just like, and I'm here too. And then Cody's like, yeah, he could stand to be a bit more animated. And what was it? Yoli basically is like, that's I mean, he takes after you.
Yep. And he makes a face, unable to come up with a comeback that is not a complete lie.
Yeah. I do have to say, though, in terms of really, really good voice matches, Cody, speaking of Cody, Madeline Dora, like, she did very well to voice match Cody. Like, this is just like Bradley Gareth, though, and the Antimon line doesn't exactly have a lot to say. Cody does, though. If you had showed me this cast list, I wouldn't have believed you that this wasn't the original Cody. And so that already speaks to the level of skill and performance that Madeline gave for Cody. Mm-hmm. And I think they deserve a lot of kudos for it, honestly.
I completely forgot that Cody was originally Philly's sampler.
Mm-hmm.
So they're both doing a chameleon performance here.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, I and some of this might be that I didn't watch I've not watched anything Digimon related in quite a while, and didn't do my review of the edited movie until after I saw this. But I also think Jessica Peterson is doing a pretty good voice match of Yoli. I did not register that as being a different actress while I was watching it.
It is real close. It's real tight.
It's been a while, but I always thought Yoli sounded vastly different than what Jessica pulled off. But it's probably, I have a feeling it's because it's been freaking years since I watched O2. Yeah. And my memories on Yoli in particular is just, like, not there. But regardless, though, Jessica did a great job for Yoli as well, honestly. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like,
the only reason I can call it different is because I have memory, like, specific sound memories of some Yoli lines in my head.
Yeah,
you have to give it time to heal, okay? Or we'll tell you how the pizza tasted. Those kinds of things that are just in my brain and won't leave.
Those little vocal stems. I love it.
Yep. No, valiant effort on both of their parts.
100%.
Really appreciated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Yoli's a fun character. Otherwise, she just has a few less jokes in this than she got written to have previously.
Mm-hmm.
So that's fun. No, Davis, though, if we get back to him, has a lot going on in this movie.
Yes, he does, and that makes me very happy.
Like, he's the one getting bonding with Willis and getting him out of his shell. He's got a very optimistic outlook through everything.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So he's very protagonist energy, very positive force through things. We can probably get more into it with Willis himself, but when he hears Willis's story, it does, like, he's very empathetic.
Yes,
and it's one of the funny bad edits in the original movie that I love, but it is bad. Of just he hears a story and he starts breaking them down like, I couldn't do it. If I was in your shoes, I would be a mess. And he's sobbing, and the cut is just, it's my problem, not yours. Get over it. And he goes, okay. Takes his goggles back. That's such a it kills the moment entirely.
Oh my
but
god!
I love it.
Can I also?
And here it's performed really well.
It is because they extended it out. Thank God. Thank God we have the rest of the context. Like it's played out very nicely. Can I also just say for Davis? I feel like is the most awkward little shit when it comes to romance. Because while he does have a crush on Kari, he gets so weirded out and embarrassed whenever Willis is trying to flirt and hit on Yoli for some reason.
It's because Willis has game and Davis doesn't, and Davis recognizes this, and
Davis
he
is just the most awkward
threatened.
dumbass. Davis is just a little awkward dumbass because he can't flirt with Kari to save his goddamn life. Yeah. And here's this random stranger, like
here's this exotic American, blue-eyed, blonde-haired, and he's just an aggressive flirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like it's weird because most of the flirtatious part is with Willis flirting and making comments to or about Yoli, and Davis is just like, what the heck, man? It's like, bro, you don't give a shit. You have Kari. Why are you pissed about this?
He's young and confused.
He's very young and confused. And what's the best part? He doesn't get Yoli or Kari in the end.
Nope, he's back off to wherever he lives in the U.S. now.
Yeah, something about...
I meant Davis, not Willis.
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah. Well.
Yeah,
Davis doesn't get anybody.
As I recall, the O2 epilogue is weird. But Davis' ultimate outcome is he runs a ramen cart.
Yes.
So he's just wandering around like a vagabond.
Yep.
That sounds right, really.
And Yoli has Ken. And Kari is just, nah, I don't want anyone right now.
No, it's a lot of fun. Vimon, Derek Stephen Prince as Vimon. They're two good, like, knuckleheads together, especially.
Oh my god. Again, they're the reason why O2 is as funny as it was, because the shenanigans and stupidity that Davis and Vimon get into half the time.
A fine early example of two characters sharing the same brain cell.
Yes! Oh, 100% agree. Like, who has the brain cell today? Is it Davis or Vimon? Oh, whoops, it's neither.
Oh no, they're both idiots.
Oh no, they're both idiots.
You know, we get Davis being the leader because he's charismatic somehow or has that positive outlook. Mm-hmm. It's just, like, influential. And somehow we follow this dumbass.
He's not the brains of the operation, though. That is 100% for sure.
I very much enjoyed the little bit that Vimon and Terriermon have, where they both assert that they are in fact the brains of their respective partnerships. They state
yes!
that I think only they think is true.
Especially for Vimon,
Yeah,
he does not have the brains of the operation.
Vimon, but I don't think either of these are the brains of anything.
Nope, not by a long shot.
Nope. And of course, Steve Bloom as just the various evolutions of Vimon here: Flamedramon, Rangemon, Magnamon. I've got a Magnamon Gunpla kit over in my corner, not built yet.
Oh, that's so cool! I love it.
That I want to work on. I've never built a Gundam, but I have like 5 Digimon model kits.
I've never built a Gundam, but I have built a Millennium Puzzle before.
Yeah.
Which you did do.
This is how they get me into the hobby.
We start with the franchises you do have affection for, and then eventually you're just building so many robots. So many robots.
You line the shelves with so many Gundams, it's not even funny.
No. Yeah, Steve Bloom's just right at home in here.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Throwing out one-liners and quips and attacks.
Playtime is over, little buddy.
Yeah. Yeah, not much to say here, just these always been good at this.
Yep.
A lot of the like evolution lines are really seamless. Like there's not too much of a difference between the characterization of the lines.
Yeah.
So, which is something, you know, it's so like seamless. I never think about them having different voice actors.
Yeah.
Until I have to put together a cast list and it balloons out of my control.
Except Neil Kaplan. Neil Kaplan is fine. Neil Kaplan's just here solo. He's soloing Hawkmon by himself. It's great.
Just British in different registers.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Eddie.
Yes.
Do we have anything more on this group before we?
Again, I need to rewatch the show. It's making me feel nostalgic. That's really it.
Yeah, they were a good addition to the cast, to the canon of the cast. A worthy follow-up as well. But we have to move on. We have to get to our contractually obligated movie-exclusive child. And of course, because they're so special and different, they get 2 Digimon partners. We have Willis.
What you talking about, Willis?
And his pair. His twin Digimon partners, Terriermon and Kokomon. Those aren't. It's not Kokomon through. He's not taken the form of Kokomon through most of the movie, but I'm not going to call him Wendigomon all of a sudden. I'm not starting now.
He's just Kokomon.
It's Kokomon as far as I'm concerned.
All right.
It's Terriermon. It's not Gummymon as far as I'm concerned.
Yes.
Willis is played by Bob Globerman. Bob Globerman is mainly known for this, really. He's got a bit part in Digimon Tamers. He's got some little gremlin creatures in Rave Master. He was Rhino in Ultimate Spider-Man. A character called Glaze I'm looking at from Jungle Master Candy Planet.
The hell kind of title is that?
It's some CG animated kids cartoon.
Oh god, okay.
Just moving on there. Terriermon's line is portrayed by Mona Marshall, primarily. Mona Marshall, we, of course, know as Izzy from the mainland Digimon, so I'm not going to belabor the point here. Someone else will tell you more about her. As well as we have Michael Sorek playing the middle evolution, and Lex Lang playing the Rapidmon, the golden Digimon here. Michael Sorek, of course, played Jogo in Jujutsu Kaisen, and one of the detectives in Pluto.
Yes.
As well as Dimple in Mob Psycho. That'll do.
Oh, that bastard, yep.
Lex Lang, of course, is Gomamon in a lot of Lupin the Third properties. Suguro Geto in Jujutsu Kaisen. Kokomon is portrayed by 3 people. Jeremy Lee is just there for Lopmon to give a giggle in the end credits.
Whoops.
But she's here as a couple bit parts as well. You know, famously Lucy Hartfilia, Sailor Venus in the more recent Sailor Moon stuff. The Pink Ranger and Go-Go Loser Ranger. Wendy Lee is playing the child version of Kokomon that we hear primarily through the movie. So, of course, she plays young TK as well, so I won't belabor that point too much either. And then the villainous, scary version of Kokomon, the Wendigomon and the Cherubimon Mega, that's Paul St. Peter. Paul St. Peter we know from Pluto as well. He's Shinsaku-ban, one of the other detective guy. Mm-hmm. Kurama in Naruto. One of the guys from Gurren Lagann the movie. I'm just gonna call them the Blowjob Brothers.
I don't know context, but all right, I'll go with it. I believe you.
If you could think of 2 characters called that in that movie, that would be. Steph, have you gotten to Kingdom Hearts 2 yet? Because
I have not.
Okay, because he plays the villain in that.
Okay, good to know.
And of course, famously, he plays Wormmon in Digimon Adventure 2 doesn't get to appear here.
Oh yeah, for Wormmon. We love Wormmon.
Very sad.
Wormmon gets so abused in that show, it's not even funny.
It's a little funny.
Listen, Wormmon just wants to be Ken's best friend, and Ken's is a fucking edgelord half the time. So,
yeah. Where to begin with these? Congrats on your check, Sharmy Lee. Good job.
Yes.
Thanks for coming out.
Thanks for saying
you
hi.
Know, they were probably paying union rates for this movie because of who else they got on this.
Yep.
So you did well there.
Hell yeah.
Woohoo!
I do really like the Kokomon line, especially
too.
when they are, because for a lot of it they are mixing the voices together.
Yes.
And layering them on top of each other, which is a pull from the original movie as well, and it gives a really interesting effect.
So,
obviously, because the crux of the movie is it's two sides of him vying for control.
So here's my question with that layering. Obviously, we have Paul St. Peter and Wendy Lee. Cherami's not layered on there as well. I thought for like a couple instances I could maybe hear like 3 voices, weirdly enough.
That could be possible. It may just be Wendy Lee on a different harmony track.
Maybe.
Would be my thought.
I think it'd be cool if it was all 3, though. That'd be pretty fucking sick.
That it would.
Yeah, it does start being like a chorus of voices.
Yeah,
in some
no,
parts.
especially during the climax and the big fight scene. That's where it kind of really like layers itself together. And I kind of hope it was all 3 of them. That'd be kind of freaking cool. Lenti, will you tell us, please? We must summon Lenti. Lenti!
That was probably a question we could have asked before.
Yeah.
We didn't have
well.
the time, though, unfortunately.
Hindsight.
Yeah, hindsight really. Yeah, no, the like the baby form, the Wendy Lee side of things is real cute for the most part, real like innocent. I really like Paul St. Peter's Kokomon. He's got such a gruff growl and intimidating presence. He's real good at when the innocent side comes out, because he's for a lot of those parts, Kokomon's just non-verbal.
Yes.
So it's a lot of like whimpering coming from him, which is real cool to see. It's really hitting the heartstrings, especially, and yeah, just real good at all the fight scenes, at all the gruff attacks, and being monstrous. There's a particular bit right at the front end of the climax where Kokomon is trying to lure him in a little bit, is playing innocent, and is like, come back to me, and we can be together, and he... as Willis is approaching him, he swipes towards him and only gets out of it because Terriermon intervenes. You were really convinced there for a second that you were roped in as well, I think, along with Willis before. No, it's a real good performance. I do like it a lot.
Yes.
I agree.
It's so interesting going to these 3 characters, because Mona Marshall was Terriermon in the
In Tamers.
Yes. Did Mona Marshall also play Terriermon in the American version? It's been a hot minute of this movie.
Yes, she was Terriermon originally as well.
It's so funny that because it's so funny that eventually we got Terriermon back after the movie came out, but in a completely different way and in a completely different series, which which is interesting, and I think it shows the appeal of Terriermon and how I'm gonna guess that Terriermon ended up fairly popular after the movie, that they decided to
He's kind of the star of this movie.
Yeah, like Terriermon.
I have a feeling part of the reason he's here is because like this is a very appealing design. We should do a little pre-marketing because we probably want to have him be a prominent character in a later series. So let's get that in line now. Yeah,
Let's get a test
He
case
looks
going.
like a spiky Sanrio character.
yes.
Kind of. A little
He
bit.
looks
Yeah,
like
he does.
what's the dog that's actually a bunny? Cinnamon something?
Yeah, I think that's
Cinnamoroll? Cinema roll?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
It is from that same house of design.
right. Yes.
It's so interesting that eventually Terriermon would become one of the more prominent Digimon 4 tamers. And technically speaking, in a way, Kokomon too. Eventually. Okay, so I've never watched all of Tamers. My knowledge of Tamers is rather limited, okay? But I do remember Kokomon and Lopmon. If I remember right, Lopmon became the Digimon of, what's his nut's sister?
Yeah, so
Tamers.
yeah, Terriermon and Lopmon are kind of like twin Digimon.
Yeah.
They appear together. So Terriermon is Henry's partner.
Thank you.
And then Lopmon becomes his sister's partner.
Yes.
Because everyone in that show has to get Digimon.
Yep. Everybody needs a Digimon. That's how this works, guys. But I mostly talking about Mona Marshall and Terriermon. I love Mona Marshall is iconic in more ways than one, and Terriermon is one of the reasons why. And it's just so fun to see Mona Marshall come back for Terriermon, in my opinion.
This isn't Momentai Terriermon.
It's not Momentai Terriermon. It's not.
This Terriermon's a little shit.
There's a
It really is.
as is common for a lot of these Discotek releases of the sound cadence dub, there's a blooper reel on the Blu-ray.
Yep.
And
I never watched it. Shit.
It ends on the best joke, which is after Terriermon and Vmon come. They've defeated Kokomon, and it looks like they might be gone for good. But they come out. Mona Marshall says this outtake where it's like, "We're okay, Willis. We punched him in the stomach," and she likes going on about how they beat him up, like in her Terriermon voice, and it is right on the line between hilarious and deeply creepy.
Oh, now I just gotta go watch this after we're done recording.
Someone needs to find an unnerving mascot character for Mona Marshall to do that shtick in for a whole show. It would be
Oh
great.
my god, please! I would watch the hell out of that. That'd be great.
Yeah, maybe there's something in new panty stocking. Weird to do that voice.
That'd be great.
That doesn't feel out of line with this version of Terriermon.
No,
even.
that's part
No,
that's part of the reason it works is that it feels this is if this movie was a little more PG-13, that doesn't it'd probably be played a little funnier, but it's like, no, I can see Terriermon saying this.
Oh, 100%.
It's not out of character.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
It's
'cause
just hilarious.
That's one of the characterization differences that's happened in this uncut version. Is I find this Terriermon a lot more militant. Like he and Willis are best friends before this, but in this one, Terriermon's a lot more on the ball, as it were. Kokomon is a threat, and we need to put him down. We got to old Yeller the bastard.
Oh no!
It is his opinion, really.
That's unfortunate. Oh god. Oh no. Yeller him. Fuck.
And that's the conflict of this movie and the difficult emotions to deal with. But Terriermon's got his sights set. My loyalty is to my human partner, Willis. I am devoted to him. I will put down any threats to him, and I will protect him even from my brother.
Exactly. Yep. Accurate.
And he's still getting all these little digs in, all these little sassy remarks in. One of my, I do love the scene where they're just walking along the highway, going, "It's hot, it's hot, it's hot,
Yep.
it's hot." He jumps onto Willis's head. It's like, "I'll be your hat. I'll be your shade. You just don't want to walk, do you?
Can't it
it
be
be both?
both?
Can't it be both?" That was already a cute line before, and it was it's slightly different here, but cute again.
Oh
It
yeah.
was so good. I don't remember Willis.
He's fine.
It has been years. And I had to look this up. I'm like, I don't remember Bob Globerman. Is he actually the original Willis? And I looked it up. I'm like, yeah, he sure is. I'm like, oh boy. There are moments. I would have to rewatch the American version. But I think this is another one that could fall into the camp of age didn't exactly do any favors.
I find this one pretty close. It's maybe not given the same performance, but the voice match is pretty close. Maybe not on young Willis, perhaps.
Young Willis definitely not. But this Willis, I feel like there are moments. Again, granted, it's been a super long time since I watched the American version, and I think I need to go back to it to see. But it was a little rough in the beginning, not just with Babby Willis. That's a given. But there were some pieces in the beginning where it was a little rough sounding to me. However, the more we kind of got into it, the more I feel that Bob Gloverman, hit that stride. And he was definitely able to capture the emotional moments, for sure. I got that. It was just the more casual moments that I don't know if the age thing caught up or anything. Again, I need to watch the American version. It's been forever. Just to kind of, in my brain, compare. It's because this is a movie exclusive only character, my recollection of Willis is very, very minimal compared to Davis, Yoli, Cody, and the whole O2 cast, because we had a whole series with these guys. And even Terriermon, because we have Terriermon in Tamers eventually. So it's very interesting. And it's something I gotta revisit just to kind of get a better grip and a better understanding. But I think most of it's for me. I think a little bit of age is showing, but that could also be because I have very, very little recollection of Willis and I need to revisit it. It could be a little bit of both. I think it's leaning towards me needing to get reacquainted with the American version of the movie and just kind of hear it and make it make sense.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I thought Willis has become more interesting with this uncut version of it. Mm-hmm. So, his, he benefits the most and was impacted the most by the cuts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. To this movie. So, in the original, it's what is his vibe? It's more like I have to take responsibility for Kokomon. I feel it's a lot of pent up guilt. And I need to do something about Kokomon.
Yeah.
Here it's more nuanced. It's more of a struggle.
Mm-hmm.
He is dealing with these emotions of my Digimon partner is running out of control. What am I supposed to do with that?
Mm-hmm.
And this becomes the main crux of the movie.
Yes.
Yeah, he definitely benefits from getting to be the main character of an actual movie and not a cut down addendum that's here because we need to reach 80 minutes.
Yeah, 100%. Willis does get the most out of finally having a dub for the full version of this.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. He does obviously get some other fun stuff to do. Some of the flirtatiousness was there originally, but it was in fewer moments or cut down or reined in a little bit for children's audience, especially. They're not going to talk about, or they're not going to have Willis talk about watching Yoli sleep in the
Nope.
in Digimon the movie.
Nope. That's just creeper shit. We don't need kids being creepers. That's not how this works.
Yeah, it's a little. It is funny that they have to explain away that he can speak Japanese just fine. He had a Japanese girlfriend that he wanted to impress, so he learned it. He learned it fluently.
Yep.
To get the girl.
Yep.
And that's how you know he has Riz.
Yes.
That's a very funny bit of characterization to give him. It got me good.
That was good. No, it really is. And Willis has the most game out of anybody. It's so funny.
You know, really, these Westerners, these Europeans, they just kiss people on the cheeks.
That's their greeting now.
Yeah, that's what Japan thinks of us.
Yep. That's what Japan thinks.
Yeah. And then just like a smaller part of his character that wasn't really there is like, he's a mama's boy.
Yes.
Which Davis ribs him about constantly.
Oh yeah.
He constantly sets himself back just to find a payphone to call his mom.
Yep.
I did notice in the writing that they from the subtitled version of this, they had upped the number of like mom jokes a little bit. Like Terriermon's a lot more mean about the mother.
Yep.
For whatever reason.
Well, if Terriermon's very single-minded, I'm sure he finds all this payphone nonsense to be a real waste of time. We could be on our way to our goal, and you're calling your mother. What kind of a guy are you?
Yeah, exactly.
Davis is joking like, "Oh, what's wrong? You have to call your mommy." You're right. I should call my mom.
Yeah. Will's is like, yeah. Depressed loss is like,
I do have to do that.
I need to, yeah.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
No, it's good stuff. Will says some good meat to chew on here.
Yes.
To deal with his issues. But
So
probably not
many
much more to
issues.
say here.
No, yeah. Not really. So this is my understanding the longest movie of the three, and it might potentially be the longest episode of this.
Yeah, there we go. Whoops.
We have to do twice the work as everyone else.
Yeah, pretty much.
True.
Pretty much. This episode in general, once all three of these are pieced together, is gonna be long as fuck.
Oh well.
And we're probably the half of the entire fucking episode.
Appropriate.
It's just appropriate. Now we are in control.
Our segment is as long as the other two put together, so.
Yeah, probably. That's my guess.
Until we get cut down in editing to be back to like 20 minutes.
Oh no!
God damn it. Again?
Cosmic curses.
The producers needed it to fit into a 90-minute time. So that way we are not boring people to death.
Damn.
All
right.
How dare they?
So, do we have some final thoughts on this movie to give?
Again, I need to rewatch Digimon. This is... I'm so happy that we finally get all of the original uncut films, first and foremost. I need to go revisit our Wargame. That's the one of the three that I hadn't gotten a chance to revisit. Because again, I watched the 20-minute short that Andrew covered with him before he recorded that episode. That part for this episode. I love Digimon so much, and a lot of this has kind of become a nostalgia trip to me. And 100% I feel like it's in part to the fact that Discotek not only commissioned on Cadence, but Lenti made the extra effort to get as many of the original cast as possible for this movie again. And a lot of it still not necessarily holds up. A lot of it works really, really well, and it's a return to form. Again, there are the occasional ones where some of the voices don't quite work, but the only real reason why that is because, guys, it's been 20 plus years since the last time they voiced these characters, and people get older. That's the only criticism I have, if anything, is the fact that people got older. They don't sound exactly how they were when they were younger, but that's it. Otherwise than that, I really enjoyed revisiting this, and especially with O2, because, while I do love the original Digimon, I did get obsessed with O2 when I was a kid. And so it's getting the chance to talk about the movie that was, given the least attention when it originally was released here in the States. I think it's freaking great to finally give it its full due. Because there's a lot more to this movie than what we saw as kids. And getting the whole story, I just enjoyed every second of this watch here, 100%.
Yeah, this part of the reason I elected to go with this one is that I knew this is one I'd seen the least of because it had gotten cut down the most when it got localized, and it's really fascinating seeing this is not just a real movie, but like one with a lot of like care and craft in it. Like I've always thought that our Wargame was always suspiciously ambitious and well put together for something that is basically just like a TV show tie-in, and I'd like to think that maybe Hosoda aiming so relatively high for what he had to do for that maybe encouraged them of like, no, we can be a little more ambitious and make something that's a little more lyrical and melancholy, and maybe almost feels a little too, I don't know if sophisticated is the right word, but like this is definitely a lot more ambitious than I would have guessed the like O2 tie-in movie was going to be.
Yeah, it's real well animated for a lot of just talking heads.
That's like it looks great. Like if one of the things you like about our war game is that it's just like really well, like it's really well drawn just in general. This absolutely continues that. Like it feels like a real, like pretty well budgeted movie.
Yeah, this doesn't feel TV tie-in. This feels movie quality.
Yes. Yeah,
100%.
No, and I definitely think this dub that's been put together for it really captures that. Like it's interesting that this still feels like a Digimon dub, even though this is so tonally different from what I think of Digimon being. Like this, not quite like aimed at adults, but definitely like this. Yeah, there's a maturity here I wasn't expecting, and I think that makes the movie interesting, and I think the dub captures that while still feeling like a piece of the other movies that are on this set.
Yeah, it is very tonally different. My preference is always going to be for that original dub and that original score. I think the score has a lot to do with the feeling of it. But this is like, it's a different vibe. It's very cool to see. And it's well put together. I think like my main takeaway is curiosity. My curiosity is sated. Like this was its own thing and its own special little project that deserved its time to shine standalone. But I've now seen it, and my curiosity is sated, and I'm going to go back to enjoying Kokomon singing All Star after this. No, this was just nostalgia reigns supreme here, kind of for me, and I can't pull myself out of that. But I really appreciate the work they put into doing this and doing it right.
On that, speaking the ending of this movie and of the original, here's a question I'm mostly posing to Jackson because he's seen it more recently. Rewatching it, I reminded that I think because I assume they thought the original ending was a little too low key for an American cartoon. They end on a gag where like Kokomon has come back and he's like dancing and singing very badly along to All Star.
Yep.
Did the Digimon movie accidentally invent the like kids movie doesn't have a better idea of how to end their movies, so we're just gonna have a dance sequence to a pop hit people recognize? Did they accidentally invent that? Because that's been a plague on bad kids movies for years, and it feels like they may have accidentally invented that.
This does predate Shrek. Shrek
no,
came out when I was
right.
like 10, and this came out when I was like 7.
Oh no!
And it was also All Star.
Like that's the funniest thing about this. It's like it's like even before All Star became a meme, it's like they knew.
Right. There was some bit I read that All Star was reticent to give out their movie rights because every movie they gave it out to crashed and burned. There's something like Minutemen, which was like a bad comic book tie-in before comic books movies were a thing.
Oh, Mystery Men?
Mystery Men, yeah.
That's the funniest thing about All Star is that the original music video is in fact a Mystery Men tie-in. A movie only weirdos like me remember or like.
No, I've said many times that I think my musical taste, I can trace back everything to this jukebox movie. Just a bunch of these late '90s hits.
Do we want to take?
I love ska.
Talk about the soundtrack.
Yeah, I think now is the time to talk about the soundtrack.
The soundtrack. What a soundtrack!
1 Week by the Bare Naked Ladies. I was in.
Yep,
oh yeah,
that's
this
done.
When I was in college, I used to spend a lot of time lurking on a a slightly depreciated but still very nice website called allmusic.com, which was like the go-to reference site for music for many years. If you've ever been on like Amazon and they have like a little capsule like official review of some album somewhere on the page, for a very long time that was probably the AllMusic review. And once I was just looking up sort of random stuff from my childhood on there, and they had one for this soundtrack, and it's not very long, but the main take it just ends on this this immortal line: though the Pokemon may be cuter, it seems the Digimon have better taste in music.
That's so good.
Based on my casual recollection of the kind of music that tended to show up on the Pokemon CDs, which felt very reflective of the tastes of the middle-aged producers putting it together. No, this actually feels much more like what actual children at the time would be listening to, which is why you get a lot of ska, a lot of like the lighter end of the alt rock scene, Fatboy Slim doing the Rockefeller Skank. Like, no, this is what actual children listen to.
This is fucking great.
I think I got a burned CD from my cousin for like a birthday or something, and it was like indistinguishable from this soundtrack.
Yeah, no, this is so very clearly a slice of like very end of the 90s, like just the very beginning of the 2000s.
Yeah.
I don't think every song from here is literally from 1999, but I've seen music critics talk about that 1999 kind of feels like its own thing. There's just this unending sense of like excited, happy energy. Like, we're gonna go to the mall and have a nice time. And I think that's a tone that works really well for this era of Digimon. Like, this is to the point where the original stuff for Digimon fits in very well with all this music, which I don't think is by accident.
Yeah. Hot take. I like Let's Kick It Up more than the choral music during Omnimon's final attack, climax of our war game.
Yeah, it works. It works really well.
Did you see? Did you hear? Did you know what's coming?
It felt. I was looking up the guy who did a lot of the music for the localized version of Digimon, and it did not shock me to learn that he had been like a member of the New Radicals, the Give What You Give guys, and up until the end of his life was like a touring member of the B-52s. It's like, yeah, no, that checks out. Like that's
yep.
Those are definitely that's definitely the kind of music that feels like is informing this, and I think it's part of the reason why a lot of that localized music is, I think, still pretty well regarded, or at least like has a lot of nostalgic buzz. Like that's the vibe. It's a good one.
We love the vibe here.
The vibe's good. Vibes are important.
And if you'd like to vibe to this movie,
hell yeah!
Segue. You can pick up the Blu-ray from Discotek Media. It is not streaming anywhere at this time. That Blu-ray does contain both Digimon the movie with that original soundtrack and these 3 Digimon movie shorts that they put into that compilation, which we then get to call an anthology.
Mm-hmm. Yay!
Oh, boy.
What a concept.
I know.
Yeah, we are the Dub Talk Podcast. You've reached the end of the episode.
Finally.
So we will...
So much happening.
It falls to me to do the sign-off. If you'd like to follow us, you can find us on The Bad Place at Dub Talk Podcast, Blue Sky at dubtalkpodcast.social. We have a Patreon, we have a Podbean. Wherever fine podcasts are sold, you can find us. We have an Instagram and Tumblr, Dubtalk Podcast. If you'd like to be one of our Patreon supporters, you can do that, and I will read those Patreon supporters now. We have our $5 tier to thank of Bright Eyes 505, Quinoa Soup, Marissa Lenti. Hi, Lenti.
Hi, Lenti.
Good work out there.
Hi, Lenti.
Good work out there. Megan's Mom and Dad and Michelle Travis. And our $10 tier of Anthony Brown, Carly Lesticow, Julia W., Pika Greg, and Shoulder.
Thanks, guys.
Mm-hmm. Follow everyone, all of our other hosts on their socials. I don't know if they did a sign off or not, but they'll be in the description if nothing else. Mm-hmm. Where can people find the two of you?
I guess I'll go first because we need a dusty old song from Amon eventually.
Sure.
My name is Stephanie. I'm also known as Lilac. You can follow me on The Bad Place and Blue Sky at Lilac Anime Review. Review spelled REVUE. I am also on Twitch and YouTube, both at Lilac Anime Review. I've been doing some streams and things. Right now, we are, at the time of recording this, in terms of games I've been streaming, we've been going through Fire Emblem Three Houses still. We're almost done, though, with the Blue Lions route. And we're also playing the first Eye the Somnium Files and Date Everything. So swing on by. It's a grand old time.
And I'm Amon. You can find me on Blue Sky at the Amon Duel US. Duel has 2 U's in it. I talk about movies and comic books and other bullshit. We talk about music. And for my Dusty Old Song, I wanted to highlight something from that original Digimon the Movie soundtrack, which, as we've said, it's very good. Like you can put that on. You're gonna have a good time. There's a good stuff on here. I think the only thing here I quote unquote don't like is maybe All Star, and that's not its fault. It's just the mimetic status has kind of ruined my ability to treat it as like a real song. Also, if you're going by Smash Mouth's hits, I think Walking on the Sun's the superior song, anyways. So,
ooh, that's
snob,
true.
snob. But I'm going to highlight either the actual Digimon theme for the American version, which I always thought was did the smart thing of actually being an electronic song, which surprisingly doesn't show up as much in these Digimon songs. I don't know why. That's so obvious. Maybe that is why they didn't do it as often. But I'm instead going to push a song that I have a lot of affection for, and I don't know if it's well remembered as some of the stuff on here. I don't know if that's true. I don't hang out with a lot of ska people, but All My Best Friends Are Metalheads by Less Than Jake is, I think that's great. When I rewatched the American edit, I was really delighted to see that is a song they used to soundtrack Diaboromon taking over the United States like electronic infrastructure, because that's it's just really fun. That's a really like energetic song. It matches the tone really well in a weird way. So go listen to more Less Than Jake. They seem all right.
Yeah, go skanking. Pick it up,
Pick it up, kids.
Oh my god. I'm Jackson, Nine Claw Tiger, most places, Scar Red Tiger, some other places. Blue Sky, Twitter. Don't think I have a... Yeah, I could think of a VTuber shoutout. Kyle Kowalski did a cover of Brave Shine not that long ago. That's a Hololive ID 3rd generation. So that's pretty good. Right, I don't have any nostalgia for the JP track, and yet those songs are still bangers.
Yay!
Oh yeah, Butterfly and Brave Shine.
No, those
or
are
Braveheart.
They made good music for the series. They understood that that's an important thing.
They understood the assignment.
Yeah, we're not recording this on Digimon Day. We missed it by a day.
By a day, that's so
unfortunate.
funny.
To record it on August 1st. But yesterday we did hear that Jacob Chapman, the king, has returned. One of the old OGs of anime review, and I gotta give them a shout out.
Yay!
Hell yeah.
They are returning with a Digimon review project, so go check them out on Blue Sky and their Patreon at Weeb Servations, I believe.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
In some ways, wouldn't be here without him.
Yeah, 100%.
No, absolutely. I mean, I basically met all these people through either directly or indirectly through D2, and
yeah, same.
Jacob was always my favorite of that bunch. I always liked his videos the best. So I'm very excited to see this happen.
All right, we are out of here. Now
We're
we
the
don't know
kids
how to.
in America.
Yeah, we don't know how to end this. So
We're
just
the kids
hit
in America.
America. Oh, kids. We're the kids.
We don't know how
That
we're
kid's
ending
parents
this
got
shit.
divorced.
Oh no! Shit.
I think that's the end of it.
With that,
I think that's how we're ending it.
Thank you for joining us for this year's Summer at the Movies. Y'all are wonderful. Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Rock over Boston, rock on Chicago.
Otaku on, my friends. Good night.